Well, if it isn't the chat room.
Sophisticated.
Oh.
Relaxing. Kind of invigorating.
Kind of
Everybody
invigorating.
doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Oh, connoisseurs do.
Sophisticated. Relaxing. Kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Oh, you won. Congratulations. You've won. Kahi for the tier 1 for 39. 30 more to go. You misspelled Twitch in your announcement post. I instantly corrected it, but thanks. Nice catch. I woke up 2 seconds ago. Nice catch. Daniil, 5,500, thanks for the big prime. For 13, lucky 13. A baker's year. Massive. And Artorias. Oh, he gambled and he won. He gambled and he won. 25 tier 1 subs. And Valorant gifted 5 free subs on top of it. And 4 bonus gift subs.
Kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Holy shit, the number, simply the number of connoisseurs.
Sophisticated. Relaxing.
Kind of
invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Big.
We make it look easy.
We make it look easy. Stream with your boy. I think it was 200 bits, Artorias. Sidigo Busta. The
so
5 gifters.
Big. I'm sorry, my dude, but you're
huge, dude. I'm going on a walk. I'm going on a walk. I gotta have something on the screen. Sidigo Busta thinks it's 5 tier 1s, and Valorant added 1. Dude, Valorant keeps adding to the gifts. It must be Slubtember, and SGRK thinks are the 5. Valorant once again adding big subs to the generosity. I appreciate it. What the hey, I like Valorant now. Did not like it before, but now I like it. What a great type of game. Whatever kind of game it happens to be. I love gambling. Or Terry's things the 200 bits. Level 7 hype train. Absolutely massive. My word, they are exploding. We're coming a bit early. Damn son, where'd you find it? Where is that one?
so fucking big.
So
I'm sorry, my dude, but you're huge.
Big. There's the bits. Artorias. Damn, I'm going to be sitting here thanking people so long.
Wait a minute, how big it is?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. All right, this number of subs, soundboard time.
Damn, son, where'd you...
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Age of Sigmar stream. I mean, we're walking in place, Japan at the moment. But I thought it was just about time for an Age of Sigmar stream. The Helmsmiths of Hashish just had their battle tome. I hate to say spoiled, wasn't really spoiled, but people went over it. It was on Warhammer Weekly yesterday. The Battle Scribe came out just the other day. Casual level 7, never been done. NBD. Some McRat on YouTube. Appreciate the YouTubers. OBS just had a massive update. Big update. And they're like, alright, streamers, You're gonna have to update this thing way before you stream next time because all your plugins might break, right? I didn't. I just upgraded it. Nothing broke, as far as I can see. Eat shit. Don't listen to MacRat. I'm pretty sure he's 3 rats in a trench coat, says Devin. I mean, be that as it may, I appreciate their views. It's just a shame it counts as 1 view instead of 3. So I missed a lot of news whilst I was gone. This week, I have been mostly making up for mistakes of the past 2 weeks. CJ and Plibby are knowers. So I haven't been around much, but we got a Battle Scribe. We got Hashish out. We got updates to AoS. A few things I was going to stream and watch came and went, but I had to work on stuff instead. The State of Play for PlayStation. Yesterday, the Xbox Tokyo Game Show. Also yesterday, I want to say, or maybe 2 days ago. Which would normally be things that I would like to stream and watch, if nothing else, because I like to watch those things. These games are coming out, you know, and then we can all huddle around the campfire and watch old man me, who basically doesn't like everything, and then watch it and be like, that shit looks bad. This shit looks bad. This sucks. Anyway, it would have been an uplifting time. If there's time this stream, might watch them. We'll see. I got spoiled on some things, but generally it's just, I suppose watching it a day late is fine because now I can fast forward the shit that no one cares about, and by no one I mean me. Yeah, big Magic the Gathering news also. The absolute sewage pipe filled with slop continues to blast at full bore. Secret Lair of the Office, positively disgusting, as always. Magic is dead. Long live Magic. What else happened? Taking back to 04, that's truly when gaming peaked. Yeah, basically. It was still pretty good for a while after that. We managed to track it down. We were doing that yearly tier list thing, which I've never done, but we will get around to one of these days, you know. And I think we tracked down the moment where things started to turn. Because we went through year by year and looked at the games that came out on each of those years, trying to find the best year for gaming. And maybe it was 1999, maybe it was 1998, 2000, 2004. I don't know. There's like 4 or 5 years, though, that are pretty strong, right? But in our search, we accidentally found the year where things... really the tipping point, and that was the moment the Nintendo Wii came out. That was the beginning of the end. It wasn't truly necessarily because of that, but that was the moment. It was when the Nintendo Wii came out. That was the beginning of the end. When the primary target audience for video games was not video game enjoyers, but was instead the unwashed normal masses, the normals. That and phone games, I suppose. That's where it started to go wrong. That's a joke, right? Secretly of the Office? Oh, it is a joke. Lord, it's a joke. But this joke is real. It was inevitable. Also, yeah, big news for me and literally no one else. I know none of you give a shit, nor should you.
Twitch Prime.
But it's my show, and The Hero's Journey, THJ, the best private EverQuest server there ever was, and indeed, in my opinion, the current best EverQuest server you could play on of any sort for a while now. Finally lost their literally unwinnable court case with Daybreak Interactive, who are the caretakers of the dying EverQuest 1 brand. Finally got served, plus an injunction. So the server goes down, never to go back up. It's over. Damn, that was a great server. I have a lot of great memories from it. The best EverQuest server. And it marks the time I noticed it was finally coming down because I'm part of their Discord and I had to log in. I had to be there for the final time. I don't know how many of you have gotten the opportunity to do this. I don't know how many of you are avid MMOers, MMOers. But the life cycle of an MMO is it comes out and then eventually it dies and the server goes down for the last time. And so I had to be there online until the server kicked us all off. Which will be, it's now, I think it's I want to say it's my second. No, that's wrong. If we count private ones. I don't know if you really count private ones, you could. I suppose you could. The first one I was there for was the Matrix Online. Remember that? Remember that shit? That was an official one. That wasn't a private server or anything. I was on the Matrix Online when it went down, and they had a big GM run event where all these agents were just chasing people down and one-shotting them. And everybody started like climbing a bunch of tall buildings to get away from them, and then eventually everyone died. And that was the first one. And that was an official one. The next one was Nostalrius. Certainly not the first WoW private classic server, but the most well-known, the most popular one, and the one that kicked off the starting point for the giant number of signatures and the push to make WoW Classic official. And that fateful line at BlizzCon, you think you do, but you don't. Which normally for developers is actually correct. Normally. The players of a game are just wrong about a lot of things, and the things that they want will end up being a monkey's paw, and if you implement everything that players just want without a care in the world, they'll end up ruining the game for themselves. But this time, the players are right. They actually did want that. And then they came up with WoW Classic, and it was the biggest quarter that WoW had in, I don't know, 10, 15 years. And I played that, and it was great, and I had a lot of fun. But I was online for the last moments of Nostalrius. We all went to Mount Hyjal. We broke into it. You can technically clip into it in the original vanilla, even though you're not supposed to go there. But you can clip through walls and ceilings and stuff and get there. And there's a little Blizzard Construction Co. sign where they're not done with it yet. And everyone went to Mount Haijian. That giant tree with the moon well below it. I was a warlock. I was water breathing and summoning people into the very bottom of that pool underneath the, not Teldrassil, it's some other Drassel in Hyjal. And we were summoning people to the bottom because you couldn't swim up enough before you drowned. And so we're just summoning people there to drown them for fun. And that was the last moments of Nostalrius. And now it's on THJ for its last moments as well. So sad. Nordrassil. Phaserin, thanks. Couldn't remember it for some reason. I see a few City of Heroes hangers honors in the chat. I played City of Heroes for, I don't know, maybe a month. Character creation was kind of cool for its time. MMOs are sad because they're doomed to be lost, and even if brought back, you're still playing a solved game. Yeah. I don't mind that, though. A lot of people have this experience with, shall I just call it nostalgia bait? Not, I mean, kinda. I watched that one video. What was it called? Why It's Rude to Be Bad at World of Warcraft. And I wasn't going to watch it, that video. I wasn't going to watch it. Because I looked at the title and I looked at the thumbnail and I'm like, that's a very clickable title. That's a good one. That's a solid title for a YouTube video. Very clickable. And I can see the future. And you really could go one of two ways with a title like that. And an hour or two long, I don't know, script about it or something like that. And I don't know that at the time I looked at it, I'm like, I don't know if I need to watch this, because if the point of the whole thing is, yes, it is rude to be bad at World of Warcraft, then I basically agree. And so I don't need to watch it, because I already agree. Or it's it's being sarcastic, sorta, you know, and it's a big diatribe against the sweats, against the no-lifers. And it's a giant thing where it's like, it actually isn't rude to be bad at WoW. It's great to be terrible. Some people have fun being bad, and that should be okay. You know, you shouldn't belittle people for the way they like to have fun. Unless the way they like to have fun is by being good, then fuck those people, right? The complete irony is all lost, you know, kind of thing. And then I would mostly, you know, disagree with it, or there'd be a big blind spot anyway, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to click on it or not. Then I gave it a wait. And I finally clicked on it the other day, and it was basically that. We should exile people who are bad at WoW. I mean, sorta. I watched the whole video, and it brought up a bunch of good points and a big sea change in how gamers game. You know, overall a change in the times, and how, just a change in how people play games and how information is disseminated. And it was correct about all that stuff, and it talked at length about it. But it really, you know, it did end up coming down on the side of, you know, these people are optimizing the fun out of games, and it is generally seen as rude to be bad at WoW, but, you know, I think we've lost something along the way, and blah, 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 and yada, yada, and stuff like that, right? And all that stuff was true. But they never gave my side of it, and I don't believe they ever mentioned ever. They took great pains to coddle the bads. And be like, you know, there is something genuinely... and this is the video talking here. There is something genuinely pure about just exploration and role-playing and not trying to be good and having fun in your own way. And I'm like, true. Now, all you need to do is acknowledge the other side and we're good. And they never did, ever. I was waiting for the shoe to drop the whole time. I was waiting for the man with the script to say the one sentence that would fix everything, which is, some people have fun by optimizing a game. That's fun to some people. And that's okay also. Never said that. Always made it seem like everyone was psychologically forcing themselves to optimize because that's what you have to do, because that's what everybody is pushing you to do and the information gather. No, to some people, that's fun. And the only real problem is when you're surrounded by people who don't have the same mindset as you about what is fun in your games. That's it. That's the problem. It's not that we've optimized the fun out of games. That is fun to some people. The thing is, when you're in a group or in a guild or in a confined space, people who have different goals and find different things fun than you. That's the real problem. And they kind of danced all around that, but never quite ever said it. Hi everyone, you're being parasocial. Nice. From across the pond. Yeah, I'm afraid, very sorry to say, Alessandro, that the office secret lair is real, and magic is dead. Also, long live magic. I feel like the majority of people are in the middle anyway, aren't terrible, and have fun optimizing to a certain degree. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways you can optimize. We can look at Commander, right? I optimized the shit out of my Commander deck, but only after a certain point and with a different goal than just winning. There's plenty of optimization to be had. You just gotta set your sights on the North Star instead of the South Star, wherever it is that you're trying to point. But anyway, the reason I brought that up was because a common story of classic WoW is that, oh, you know, WoW will come back, we'll play the original 2004 release, you know, it'll be just like the old days, it'll be just like my life at that time, everyone will be this good and I'll be better or whatever, and you can't get that back. And the people who wanted or thought that they were going to get that back were stupid. You can't get that time period back because that time period is kind of half of the thing you were pining for in the first place. I was just trying to play an old game that I couldn't play anymore. You can pop Mario 64 into a Nintendo 64 and play it just like it was when it came out. You can't do that with an MMO. Sucks to suck, but that's how it is. Vanilla and Classic are two very separate games, yes, and they're two very separate player bases. We've had 21 years of information and just a changing of the way people play games since. And the people who thought it was going to be hard were just as delusional as the people who, I don't know, were surprised that nobody played it like they played it back then. We played it very different than we played it back then with my guild Turbo Bus. We did all the sweats. We did all the sweat shit. We did the speed runs. We did the world PvP. Making horde alts on your alliance character on a different account to join different horde guilds as spies to try to figure out when such and such guild was going to try to get their world buffs or go to the Dark Moon Fair or whatever when it was in Mulgore, or sabotaging this thing or that thing, or clipping underneath the ground in between two zone things and using that as our summoning place so that they wouldn't get us because they were trying to get us as much as we were trying to get them. Opening the gates of Encourage and staying up for 14 hours and controlling an entire hive, defending it against the Chinese conglomerate guild trying to steal it from us the whole time. Hiring horde guilds and paying them to kill alliance guilds who were trying to take our territory from us because we couldn't attack our own faction, and so we'd hire mercenaries to do it for us. It was beautiful. It was great. These are all the things that it seems people were complaining about with the return of Classic. I loved it. It was awesome. Had a blast. In fact, Raid Team Viper, which was our second tier raid team, entered a speedrun competition for Nex Ramus. They lost to a Mexican guild, Los Retardos. Those are some good guys, though. WoW Classic hard. I mean, yeah, you know exactly what to do for every fight. And I'm not just talking about PvE, I'm talking about PvP as well. The entirety of WoW Vanilla was solved for 20 years. And your internet connection is better. Positively delusional if anyone thought any of it was going to be any much of a challenge, really. Besides, I suppose, speedrunning, and now you got 40 people, and if one person screws up, you could wipe the raid and you lose your world buffs or something, and that was sort of hard, in a sense. But that was a difficulty that we brought upon ourselves, and it was fun. I was kind of fascinated with how different it was and all the tricks and secret tech and stuff. Like, I remember in the year of our Lord 2005, a Fury Warrior wouldn't be caught dead in a raid. Fury Warriors were trash. You would get laughed at. Bro, you're a warrior. You should be tanking. You'll pull aggro. You don't even do that good damage anyway. Get some more rogues in here, you know? You'd get laughed at. Flash forward to WoW Classic. We had a 40-man raid. We had like 30 warriors. We had like, quite possibly, I want to say we had 28 Fury Warriors in our raid. Brown bars as far as the eye could see. 2 rogues, 1 warlock, 1 singular warlock in the 40, maybe 2, if you cared. And the warlock was only there to put recklessness on shit and summon. That's it. Literally 0 druids, or 1 if you felt sorry for the person who played a druid, but truly didn't need a druid at all. Worthless class. Their buff wasn't even that good. Bad healer. Combat res is alright, but just don't die, idiot. Right? And you just didn't play Horde. There was no reason to. Because Salvation is better than Bloodlust, and that's it. Paladin better than Shaman. And the tanks mostly wouldn't use a shield, they would just dual wield the fight. Put a shield on sometimes, maybe. But mostly the tank was just dual wielding. You cared about weapon skill and stuff. You got that stupid-ass helmet from Alderman. If you were a lesser race, or the gloves. You had gauntlets that gave weapon skill. What was it? Edge Masters, I want to say. That super rare drop. But really, you should just be playing human anyway. Easy game, easy life. Petrification. Flasks. You would have thought Wind Fury would have been big for DPS. Not really. It's good for threat, not really for DPS. Use it in your offhand, maybe. Good for AoE threat. And so it was worth having Wind Fury for tanking. But certainly not for DPS. Sort of a status symbol for DPS for a rogue to use in their offhand, maybe, or something like that. Many whelps, left side, handle it. Dives, the classic dives. Remember playing a druid on your friend's account when you were 11. You called him Wraith, because Wraith was taken on the server. Remember Orc Rogue at the port? Hell yeah. Remember leveling as a Holy Paladin when you were 12 because you thought it was cool without a care in the world? Good times, yep. It was good times. And the second time around, it was good times too, just in a different way. And it was fun to do the stuff that you couldn't quite do the first time around. I never killed Kel'Thuzad in real vanilla. Our guild fell apart when we were progressing on the first few bosses of Nax, because a lot of guilds got cannibalized because you needed 8 tanks for the 4 horsemen, and ours was one such casualty. Turns out you didn't need 8 tanks to do 4 horsemen, but you know, you learn that 20 years later, right? Opened the gates of Ahn'Qiraj, killed Sithun. I want to say we were like 9th in the world or something. Shit was cash. It was sick. The opening of the gates of Ahn'Qiraj was probably some of the most fun I've had in any MMO ever. Locking down your territory and collecting all 60,000 Silithid fragments. Doing those weird world bosses. When your server got the Scarab Lord mount, it was between me and another officer. We were each fully prepared to do it. We had a guild behind us. We were both well liked in our guild. We were the guild who were going to open the gates. We each had about enough money to buy enough fragments for it. And we flipped a coin. And I lost. And he got it. And there it was. And then we opened the gates immediately, as soon as possible, to kill Sithun really fast. Some servers kept it open for a long time so that people could farm their mounts. Nope, we were there to kill Sithun and try to get world top 10. And so we could only get one. I think there was only 3 guilds on the server of ours that got it. 1 Horde, 2 Alliance. So I guess I kind of regret that, but not really. Whole thing was super fun. Tribes mentioned, planet side mentioned, hell yeah. When your server got, oh yeah, was he a bro or a jerk? He was a bro, yeah. It was between me or him. We had to flip a coin. There wasn't a good way of deciding. We only had enough for one. And so mine came up tails and he got it. But he was cool and he was in our guild. Nobody else on Alliance got it. I think the other two were Horde. And they were cool too. We were kind of collaborating with them. Because everyone hated the main Alliance guild on the server so much that the whole server rose up and essentially harassed the guild everyone hated and like chain killed all their people and kept them from turning the quests in. And so we opened the gates and the big powerful guild that everyone hated got dumpstered and never ended up getting their mount. The dads rose up. It was fucking funny. It was a good time. Your favorite WoW retail memory is helping kite Kazak. Doomlord Kazak into Stormwind. Nice. Yeah, people did that on our server as well. They tried to do the Corrupted Blood, but I think they fixed it. That patch, like in Classic, I don't believe it was allowed to do the Corrupted Blood thing from what's his name? ZG Zogurub. But somebody tried to do it. You made a bunch of alts named after famous drownings and left them in the Stormwind moats? My man. Now that's culture. Did somebody say Thunder Fury? Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Hell yeah. Akar, that's the guy. Phase Rune. Corrupted Blood was the Plandemic. Well, there were two pandemics. One was Corrupted Blood. The other one was the Wrath of the Lich King pre-launch event where everyone got turned into zombies if you got killed by a zombie. And so both of those, I want to say both of those were studied by like pandemic people because it mirrored how real life worked pretty well. It's funny at the time. Just walked past Jeff Buckley. Well, you were studying retail WoW and not kissing girls. I was painting little metal dwarves and also not kissing girls. Good one, SJ. Based. And look, you turned out perfectly fine. You got a wife and kids. Warehouse simulator in real life. Turned out fine, right? Remember you named your dwarf Fordring because Forge plus Ring, and then you found out Fordring was an existing character, yeah. Tyrion Fordring, the Knight of the Silver Hand. Who at that time was like, oh, you're a real lore head if you know about this guy and his connection to all this stuff. And then he kind of became the main character of WoW on through Wrath and even later. Mr. HeyWoah, you missed my Beastmen and Sarcosanct Stormcast. This edition has truly been a test of loyalty. It has, and a lot of people have failed, and it's not their fault. It's not even a failure, really. It's how much shit can you put up with. I don't think any of my mods play Age of Sigmar anymore. They've been burned too many times, and they finally decided to stop reaching for the stove. I myself have several units of Sarcosanct on my table behind me. Forever useless. nobody on their deathbed is like, I wish I'd spent more time on my loved ones instead of grinding WoW clout. That's where you're wrong. You might wish you'd spent more time with your loved ones, but certainly not less time grinding WoW clout. Find something else to exchange. That's easy. Yeah, 5th edition or bust. If 5th edition sucks, we might be jettisoning out of this jet fighter. And that's one of the reasons I'm making this video. And a video it will be. Right now we are in the trolling. And I mean old school trolling before what it meant on the internet. I mean like fishing. I'm casting the net wide and pulling in feedback, suggestions, just how people feel. I'm going to collate it, send it out into the ether, into the cosmos. Loyalty to a company is a mistake? Of course. Yeah, no argument. Would you understand the emotional investment in your models and armies? Yeah, and you want the thing you used to like to be good again. I went through this, as you will go through this, as no doubt you have gone through this, with plenty of things, you know? I used to like Star Wars, because I watched the first 3 Star Wars when I was a kid. And I liked Star Wars. And then they came out with the prequels and they fucking sucked. And they came out with a Cartoon Network show and it was okay. But that's whatever. And then they wrote a million extended universe novels and I didn't read them. Nobody did, but they sucked. And comic books and stuff. And then they came out with the new trilogy. And those fucking sucked too. And at a certain point I realized there were more terrible Star Wars feature-length films that sucked than there were good ones, and it wasn't close. And part of the reason I liked Star Wars in the first place is because it was good. And what's the point in liking an IP that just sucks now? Be happy that the good part of it happened and just let it drift away. It's fine. A good thing happened. You don't have to stay a fan forever and make apologies for it. Same thing happened to me with Diablo. I was a huge Diablo fan. Big Diablo fan. I played Diablo 1 when it came out. It changed the game. Shit was great. Loved it. Deckard Cain and the developer battles in-house to see whether it should be turn-based or real-time. It ended up being real-time, and it didn't invent and it didn't start, but it certainly popularized, crystallized kind of the concept of what an ARPG even really was. Yeah, there was other stuff, Gone of Legends and stuff like that, but, you know, there was. And then Diablo 2 came out and it was great, and Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction came out and it was great. And I'm like, Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction is so fucking good, I could probably play that game on and off for like 20 years, and then I did. And then they came out with Diablo 3 and it fucking sucked. It was nothing like Diablo 2. It was trash. And then they came out with Diablo Immortal, which was actually an April Fool's joke 10 years prior. They do jokes for April Fools in Blizzard, or they used to, and one of the April Fool's jokes was a Diablo phone game, because the idea of that was so ridiculous that it was a joke, and then they did it for real. And it fucking sucked. And then Diablo 4 came out. And it was okay, I guess. But mechanically, it was terrible and built upon a house of lies. And then PoE 2 came out and shit on it, and that's the end of the story. And eventually I'm like, am I even a Diablo fan? I haven't liked any of them since 2. Played 4 a lot for 2 weeks, and then I'm just like, this game is unsavable unless they can try to save it. And then they didn't, and then they came out with an expansion I was supposed to buy, even though they didn't fix the game, and I'm like, I'm never talking to you again, get out of my face. What does HeyWoah think of Skyrim? Overrated garbage. Like, not good. Unbelievably overrated. Happened to hit a certain generation at the right time before they had played a good RPG before. And then they kept re-releasing it for a decade. Let the modders fix it. Boring. Not great. Had some good memes in it, I guess. I also didn't much care for Oblivion either. I was more of a Morrowind sort of guy. Really liked Morrowind, kind of downhill since then. And we don't talk about Starfield. Bethesda's another one of them. Look, they made some good stuff, but the way of things is that eventually you stop making good stuff, you become bad. That's how it is. Thank you for telling the truth that the Extended Universe books suck. I mean, they were, yeah. Look, they're like trashy novels, okay? That can be fun. Grindhouse stuff or fan fiction. Like, you can enjoy yourself, but it's not, like, good. There's a difference. Are we feeling like AoS is bad now? You can't really say. I'm not feeling it right now. But all hope is not lost. 5th edition is kind of the decider, I think, for me. A lot of the directions we're going are ones I didn't want to go in. I'll put it that way. I didn't want to go in a lot of the directions we're going with Age of Sigmar. But it's not like GW has released Diablo Immortal, where you just know it's over and it'll never be the same. We're not to that point. We'll see what the future holds, you know. I got some high hopes for 5th edition. We'll see. And they're probably working on 5th as we speak, so I thought I would do a feedback show. Maybe new ogres will help? Yeah, they might. They were better than magic novels? Damn, I don't actually know. I read some of the magic novels and they were extremely bad. It's been too long. I can't say. I don't think anyone is a winner in that competition. Yeah, I keep getting mixed signals across the pond. The SOG stuff, the SOG stuff. You know, the indexes came out and I was cautiously optimistic. And then the battle tomes came out and my hopes were dashed. And then the SOG stuff came out and I was cautiously optimistic. And then the GHB came out and I was cautiously optimistic. And then the battle scroll came out and my hopes are dashed again. I'm getting pulled in every direction. You'll never forget a famous YouTuber heralding Skyrim as an awesome game that stuck at the corporate AAA publishers with its awesomeness. That is funny because it was made by a corporate AAA publisher. That is funny. If I wanted an example of a game that really stuck it to corporate AAA publishers, I would be thinking of stuff like Undertale. Expedition 33, considering all of those guys were laid off from Ubisoft. And then they went and made a game better than anything Ubisoft has ever made in their tenure. Maybe even Baldur's Gate, although they did have some money behind them, they were kind of independent. I don't want to doing No True Scotsman with the independent, you know, game stuff. Because that's sort of a waste of time. Yeah, Minecraft was a big success story. I mean, he sold it to a gigantic corporate AAA publisher, you know, what's his name? The guy who kept his game in alpha for forever, but it was a good Notch, I think, I want to say. Yeah, he pocketed his billions and then just fucked off forever. Which I kind of appreciate in a way. I haven't heard anything from him in 15 years. I guess he was fine making only one game. Hey, alright. Valve kind of did that a little bit. Gaben, although then he became the machine. But he's sort of like all-powerful a little bit. Steam is one of our last bastions of hope. As soon as Gaben dies, it's all over. When Steam changes hands officially, if it doesn't go to like his heir or something, gaming will never be the same in a real bad way. Lord Gaben. Enjoy it while it lasts, friends. We live in a good time. It might not seem like it, but it can get way worse. Never fear. Imagine being born into the Steam monarchy. Yeah. You know, I try to hide my politics. But I'm one of those believers in democracy, you know? I don't know if neoliberal is the right word for it, but I believe in freedoms and capitalism and getting paid for your goddamn work and contracts and the freedom of choice and the freedom of speech. And property and the pursuit of happiness and casting your one man, one vote, you know, shit like that, right? But when it comes to Steam, I'm kind of thinking a monarchy is our only chance. It's got to go to Gaben Jr. because if it goes to some Saudi douchebag oil prince or Indian techno billionaire, just like the ones that ruined YouTube or the guy who ruined Google, you know, I don't know. I think I might take my chance with the crown on this one. Maybe he gives it away like Willy Wonka. I hope it stays private. Weird how long Steam has gone without being shitified, isn't it? It's because it's a private company. It's not public. They're in charge of their own money. There's not outside funding. And it's led by a fucking king who believes in democracy. And he pays his workers very well. Look, monarchy can work great if you have a genius king. Problem is, the crown's got to go to somebody else eventually, and that's where the trouble begins. If it's fairy tales and stuff, monarchy works pretty well. Lord of the Rings, right? The good king ruled for 900 years because he had elven blood or whatever. You know, Renly Baratheon types, except without the tragedy. Gabe's gonna go full Mr. House on it, yeah. Gaben, I know he's a little more extreme than me. I think he's some kind of libertarian, I want to say. And he really runs his company like it. Sometimes for worse, sometimes for better. I guess it's easy to be a libertarian when you go from nothing to a billionaire and controlling like 20% of all internet traffic with your one company, right? And revolutionize every industry you sort of touch. You know, you start to live in a panopticon of a certain sort, right? But also one of my friends from high school was a dyed-in-the-wool libertarian, and his parents were on food stamps. So, I don't know. Sometimes shit goes over their heads. You want to bake a pie, you first have to create the universe, right? As Sagan once said. Yeah, it's a famous quote across the pond, and it's quite true. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. Yep, that's it. Yeah, fortunately, Aragorn's son wasn't a piece of shit and also became a good king. There you go. Was Renly king? Not quite. But he was lined up to be it before the whole tragedy, and in the books anyway, they really drove it home how he really was, like, out of everyone who's even going to sniff the crown, Renly was the real deal. He would have been a great king and led to an era of peace and everything. But of course, you can't have that. Lord Gaben, Lord Democracy. Only Stannis wasn't the cunt. Stannis the Manus was just doing his duty. In a real fucked up way. You can see the Gaben libertarianism with the blind spot on gambling, yeah. He tries to turn everything into a capitalist economy. It's like, oh, players are doing this. I wonder if we can monetize that. But then give them a piece of the pie too, to encourage them into doing it more. And, oh, the players are doing this. I wonder if we can monetize that and then give them a piece of the pie to encourage them to do it more. Kind of does that with everything almost neurotically. And it mostly works. You love hearing about the libertarian utopias that break down because no one wants to pick up the trash and then the bears invade. I mean, that's the same thing with the communist ones, right? Can't wait for the communist utopia where I get to write poetry all day. Oh, it's the salt mines for me, is it? Okay, hold on, wait, no. And there's the same ultra-rich ruling class, just we call it something else, and they're just friends with the one party. Oh no, yeah, I mean, things seem good on paper until the rubber hits the road. Gaben almost fired someone from Dota for ending a battle pass early. I heard that too, because he wanted to unlock his skin or something. I don't know if that was just a puff piece or whatever, but I thought it was funny. CSGO skins were the original NFTs, and they held their value better than the monkey JPEGs, yeah. Hashtag drama. Erasmus, great name, by the way. That was the name of Charles Darwin's father. Charles Darwin's father was named Erasmus Darwin, if I recall correctly. Maybe it was his brother. But good comment. What's your biggest issue with 4th edition? Pulling us back into the topic at hand after an hour and 3 minutes. You crave the AoS speak. Nice segue. I yearn for the AoS mines. Anyway, good shit. I have a document on my computer open right now. I got a docky. Google Docky. It's called thisshow.doc. And the title is Feedback for AoS 5th edition. And I'm not switching over yet, because there's really nothing to look at. I haven't typed anything, and I might as well have a little Walking in Japan in the background, right? Does the doc show the last access date? It does, but this is a new one. It's a brand new This Show document. And Erasmus brought up a good question. What is your biggest issue with 4th edition? And now this isn't a complain stream. Okay. Well, that's a lie. It's a complaining stream. But it's an interactive, virtual complaining stream where, do note that although all of our feedback will be in the negative, even the positive stuff will be as well. For instance, let me give you an example. What do I wish changes in 5th, right? That's like something will be different, so it's kind of like a negative thing. But also you could say, what don't I want to change in 5th edition? So it's almost like saying something is good, but we're putting a little negative turn on it. Like, don't change this because this is good. We're going to do that too. We're trying to keep it open, right? So there will be positive things as well. Because there are things this edition that are great. Like, don't change this, this is good, or this was a good change, keep doing it, that kind of thing, iterate upon it. But I'm going to throw it to the floor here. Open it up to the floor. What is your biggest issue with 4th edition? We might as well start from the top. Let's tackle the big ones first. We can get lost in the weeds whenever we want. Are we allowed to say the price is a negative? Yes and no. Are you allowed to say it? Yes. Do the game designers that this document is meant for have any control over that? Fuck no. They answer to some fucking guy in a suit just the same as anybody else. And so suggestions that would affect product, I mean, you're pissing into the wind. It won't change anything, and it can't change anything. They couldn't change it if they wanted to. And so even, Irang Guru, for instance, says, rules aren't free anymore. The rules used to be free. They did. All the War Scrolls used to be free. Core rules used to be free. Core rules still are free, TBH. But we can't suggest that because that's not within their power. Some guy in a suit decides that. Now it's worth noting. Actually, I think it's worth just noting it. Like, hey, by the way, this can't change, but your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line. Parts of this conversation will be recorded. Press 2 for Spanish, you know. They're not going to stop making battle tomes. Even though they basically should. Everything should be indexes and digital, obviously. But they have no control over that. It's like yelling at Mark Rosewater for going back on something that he said 10 years ago, that some executive douchebag in a suit told him this is how it's going to be, and he's like, yeah, okay, I just make the game. It's not his fault, you know? Anyway, let's start at the top of the mountain and real broad, and maybe we can distill some specificity afterwards. To me, and I'll talk about mine and then I'll read yours, I'll give you time to type them. I know YouTube's on a delay in any case. The most should we say the most disappointing thing about Fourth? Is it the way I want to word this? Sure. Most disappointing thing about Fourth is what I call the Great Flavor Purge. They went through every war scroll in the game and rewrote them to make sure that all of them were boring. Not fun. Had 0 or 1 rule for all of them. And then they went through every army and got rid of everything except like 1 rule for your battle tactics. The rules are boring and flavorless. They slurped out all the color. I'm watching it in black and white now. And I understand they did it for balance. And I understand the game's easier to balance that way. But if you have to choose between balance and fun, I'll choose fun every time. That's probably unfair of me to characterize it that way. It implies that there's a giant lever at GW called fun and they just turned it to off, right? It's not that simple. But it is what happened. That was the outcome. And it's weird because they did, I feel like the Red Letter Media guys, when they were reviewing the second of the newest Star Wars movies, the one that, what's his name? Ray J. Johnson or something directed it. And they're like, damn, they did what we said they should do. Grab a creative director and let him do whatever he wants. Let him get creative and stuff. And then they did it and it turned out terrible, right? That's kind of how I feel. I'm like, we gotta get like some super nerd, data-driven rules writer guy from some other industry and have him come in here and top to bottom just go over every war scroll and rewrite them from the ground up. It's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to do the game good. And they did exactly that, and it's terrible. Now, they did it in the opposite way that I wanted. I wanted it to be very... I wanted it to be more fun, not more boring, and not removing all the flavor. But, you know, broad strokes, they kind of did what I said they should do. He did give us Big Oosh. And he did a lot of good things behind the scenes that had never been done or even really tried before. You're not going to make any more Giga Chad Matt Rose memes? I mean, maybe. It's fun to do. I like him. We disagree about some stuff, but... unfortunately, most of the good stuff he did is not customer-facing. It's internal good stuff. Bad example, Last Jedi was the best one. Was Last Jedi the third one? I think I'm talking about the second one, the Ray J. Johnson one. That one was a fucking mess. But anyway. You'll hear me typing in the background and just taking notes here. You'll take 1,000,000 The Last Jedi over somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Saying episode 8 is the best is a hot take. I assume he meant of the newest trilogy. He didn't mean of all of them. No one could mean that. Ryan Johnson, yeah, that was the one. Anyway, Age of Sigmar. So beyond themes and narrative stuff, do you like the gameplay? You feel it got better in some ways but worse in others, so many feels bad moments? Yeah. I think the core rules are pretty good. You know, we can be positive here. I think the core rules are pretty good. They make more goddamn sense than they ever have, that's for sure. We almost have something of a stack for resolving effects. The game plays a lot snappier. Less weird shit is happening. Largely speaking, the core rules are probably the best they've ever been. I don't even think that's a hot take. I've used this example before, but I'll reuse it now. A lot of times, when you ask someone what their favorite World of Warcraft expansion was, they'll say the one where they're, like, maybe they like Fury Warrior, or they always play Monk, or they always play Druid, or whatever. It was the expansion where their favorite class was the funnest, and almost everything else is whatever. It really is just whichever one their class was the funnest, because that's the thing that they interact with the whole world through the lens of. It's sort of like, what's your favorite Final Fantasy game? And there's only ever two answers. One, the first one you played, and two, the one where you liked the characters the most. It wasn't really the gameplay, it wasn't really the story, like the plot, you know. It wasn't necessarily this thing or that thing. It was the one where you liked the characters the most. And so too with additions. Like, what was the best addition? The one where your army was the most fun to play. It's the most important thing. And so 4th edition got the core rules very right. And then everybody's army is basically boring. And that's the thing you have to get the rightest. The linear design of sub-factions is very annoying. 90% of them are just take the good thing. Yeah. I feel like I'm being herded. Not really to the slaughterhouse. I don't want to over... It isn't that serious, you know, but it feels like I'm being herded. You can tell. There's... Sometimes you play an RPG and you're speccing your character or something, and you can tell that the designers were a little too hands-on. They intend for you to spec into this, and then this, and then this, and that's what you're supposed to do. And if you stray from the path, you realize that all the other choices are fake. It's almost like they designed the playstyle in reverse. Like, beating a maze backwards, you know? That's what the army rules in 4th feel like, the army rules. It feels like they kind of built a list that you're supposed to play, and then they wrote the rules backwards from there. And all your other options are just like terrible. And then now, in the Battle Scribe, they're like, well, it looks like everybody's choosing the one good sub-faction. The only playable one. Now we're going to make it cost points because the data shows that everyone plays it. And I feel like I'm being punished for connecting the dots that you printed. Like you gave me 3 choices, 2 suck and 1's good. I take the good one and now you're like slapping my wrist with a points hike on whatever, a faction terrain or a sub-faction or something. Motherfucker, you wrote the rules. You wrote the other ones. What did you expect? One of my biggest pet peeves, probably, for game balance and designers, is when they look at take rate and with no other input at all, they're just like, take rate on this one is high, make it worse. Oh, everyone's taking this? Punish them. It's like my least favorite developer knee-jerk reaction to stuff. Everyone's taking this thing. Better punish them for it. Better make it worse. Take rate is a good indicator of what should be brought up to par, not what should be brought down. I mean, it depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I'm not one of those players who says you should only ever buff instead of nerf, because that can very quickly ruin everything. You have an idea of how powerful you want things to be in some kind of game. You know, if you only ever buff stuff, then the power creep goes crazy, you know. And that might not be good either. You want to stave that off too. And take rate is a useful metric. It's just definitely not actionable. It's just a piece of data. Really got to look at it further than just the, okay, take rate. Yeah, everyone, 80% of such and such players are taking this. Okay. Why? Why are they taking that? Why aren't they taking the other stuff? Fully understand the answers to both of those questions, and then answer the question, is that good? Is that a problem? Which one is the problem? Is the problem that it's too good? Is the problem that the other ones are bad? Is it the problem that this one isn't fun or that one isn't fun? Maybe it might not even be good or bad. It might just be... It would be good except for some other truth about the metagame or how armies work or how the game works. Or maybe the models in that one just look cooler and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Putting a points cost on faction terrain is probably the most absurd. That's absurd. You have to take it. I guess you could choose not to take your faction terrain. But it's absurd. We made this thing for you to buy that you get for your army for free. You buy it. And now we charge you points for it. And you might not use it then. Maybe you still do, maybe you don't. What a bait and switch. You can't go halfway on this stuff. You have to go whole hog. Whole hog. Either everything costs points or nothing does. Is that true? Is that too sweeping of a statement? Maybe. But the choices are zero sum. You have 3 options. Everyone chooses A. Why should A cost points? I don't think they should cost points. I don't think any of them should. You're only choosing between 3 things. What's the problem with those other 2? How long until faction manifestations cost points? Depends on the take rate. And I mean that kind of insultingly, a little bit. "90% of Seraphon players dropped the Realm Shaper the second it costed points." Yeah, that's fucked up. That's bad for 2 reasons. One, it obliges people not to make a sale. Like now a new player might not buy that because it cost points. And there's no alternative. It's not buy this instead of that. It's just don't buy it. That's not okay. And on the other half of it, it's, oh, I bought this and now I feel like I got ripped off because you made it cost points and it sucks. And now it's on my shelf. I got ripped off. Bad for 2 reasons. They brought game changers to AoS. I would mostly be open to either of these 2 things as long as the outcome was interesting, to be clear. I'm not super against things costing points like this. I just don't think you have to make them cost points. Like, oh, here's an artifact. You have 3 artifact choices. You can take one of the 3. So just make all 3 of the choices reasonably balanced against each other. It can't be that hard. It can't be that hard. It's harder to come up with a proper points value for them, I think, even. Like, that's harder. Really, I don't think going halfway on it works. Like, it's kind of gross. Either give us 3 choices and nothing cost points, or give us 50 choices and everything costs points. Band-aid fixing take rate halfway between each of them is cringe. I don't like it. There's not enough variety in rules for there to be interesting depth of choices to make in list building. Yeah, list building is boring. That's a fact. List building is boring. That's just true. That's one of the reasons why 4th edition, I'm not feeling it. Because list building is boring. Why is list building boring? We could get into it, but it's a fact. You know, I recently picked up Trench Crusade, as you guys might have noticed from my Discord. I kind of took over the Discord for a few weeks there, and people are still talking about it and stuff, and I played a few games on stream and everything. That's a skirmish game with 10 models on the table. 10 models on the table. 6 armies instead of 25. I had more fun list building in that skirmish game than I did Age of Sigmar. And it wasn't even close. That's embarrassing. List building is boring. It was once kind of fun. Especially, and I'll always go back to this, malign sorcery, realm artifacts, GA stuff. It was fun to build armies, and so the game was fun. It would be really fun to have a throwback of sorts to Warhammer Fantasy Battle Rules where you had like 3 pages of items and war gear. It all cost points, but you had like 24 options. Pretty stale to stare at an army list and forth and see like 3 lines. Yeah. I mean, that's fine too. The problem is, it's not a choice between 3 things that are free or 50 things that cost points. That's not the choice we're making right now. What we have before us is one choice. And then 2 other sentences. Like there are 2 other sentences on the page, but really it's one choice. That's the problem. They slurped out so much flavor and rules and thematics and interesting options that people are just choosing the mathematically best unit and playing that. That's how I build ogre armies, which one is the best one. And you actually just have to do the math and that's it. Because there's no intangibles. That's boring. It's like a fundamentally huge problem. Less choice is better for the meta and balance. That's true. And I'm not responding to you with this because obviously you gave me a layup with this one, but who gives a shit what the balance is if the game isn't any fun? I don't care if the game is balanced. I care if it's fun. If the game is fun, then everyone complains about balance, but it's because they give a shit. At that point. They give a shit enough to complain about the balance. And players will always complain about balance. And to a certain extent, they're right, you know? If you lose turn 1, no matter what you do without rolling dice, it doesn't matter how interesting and thematic your rules are, you never got to play the game at all. So obviously there's a limit to this, right? There's a hard edge to it where it's just like, okay, can't even play the game, right? And we've gotten there a few times in Age of Sigmar, especially back the days that I'm pretending to pine for. Don't forget, we had Goutfire Scorch in 1st edition. They could deploy 50 mortal wounds to your entire army at the top of 1 from anywhere after null deploying. Now that's funny, and it's very flavorful, but it didn't make for like a good game of Age of Sigmar, right? So I'm not saying the old editions are just, oh, we got to go back. No, we don't have to go back. We should go forward with the lessons we've learned. That's why I've mostly long been against Alpha Strikes. I don't think Alpha Strikes should exist. This is a little bit of a, maybe it's a hot take by me. I don't think Alpha Strikes should exist in Age of Sigmar. I don't think it should be possible to do. Maybe a scalpel, right? Like, kill one hero somewhere and then the unit that you use to do that gets killed the next turn. Something like that, maybe. But probably not a unit that's big. Or a few or anything. Yeah, like an assassin. I don't think there should be any sort of Alpha Strike at all. The game lasts too long. You only play 1 in an evening. You have 2,000 points. The game takes 3 hours to play. You only get one per evening. You can't have the game be over immediately. You can't do that. Advocating for a bigger table? No. Table size doesn't enter into it. You could change it in a different way. Obviously there's a limit to this too, but there's no real difference between the table being 20% bigger or units having 20% slower movement speed. Like, that's the same. You know, you can make this change in a bunch of different ways. I'm not saying do that. I'm just giving it as an example. If the table's 20% bigger, or if every unit was 20% slower, and shorter range on everything, like, it's kind of the same thing. There are corner cases where it wouldn't be the same, but that's kind of like what I mean. You mostly meant the rules that add 3 control to a unit, the useless rules, which unfortunately is most rules that affect control. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I remember in the big lead up to 4th edition when everyone was hype, and I was getting, this is the same time we had the partner push, which everyone here probably was a part of, or most of you, and for that I really appreciate it. And, you know, I gave out thanks and I made a funny video about it and everything. Remember how hyped we are for 4th? Every big news update, every stream. And I had 2 months of streams where every single stream was like 100 people plus, and we got partner and it was so hard and everyone rejoiced. One of the things I was concerned about at that time was, I'm like, this control score thing better matter. You remember when I said that? And we all kind of said that. It wasn't like I was a genius. It was like we all kind of knew it. We're like, this control score thing better matter, because if it doesn't, 1/3 of all the rules in the entire edition are useless. And you can always, you know, how you control a point is by killing the thing on it, control score or not. I sure hope control score matters. It doesn't matter. They tried to make it work and it doesn't. That might be something to write down here. Control score doesn't really matter. Either it should somehow, or junk it. I think that's a big one. Control score doesn't really matter. Either force it to matter or junk it. And you can think of a million ways to make it matter, and a lot of those ways are not fun. So be cautious. Would making a capture point need a minimum amount to capture work? No. I think that gets rid of some cinematic hype moments they really do want to keep in the game. I hate to point to random, unlikely examples, but think a little bit about, in your head, the ideal Age of Sigmar game. Let's get a platonic ideal of an AoS game and then think about how we get there. The platonic ideal of an Age of Sigmar game is one that lasts all 5 battle rounds. And you never feel like, well, just talk it out because it's over, right? It goes the whole 5. Because otherwise, why have 5? And at the end of it, almost all your guys are dead. Almost all of your opponent's guys are dead. You got 1 foot hero running around. 2 Noblars still left from their original squad, crawling onto a point, missing legs and arms and stuff, and capturing it. Like, that's cool. And I think the remnants of almost destroyed squads still doing something way late in the game when everything is almost dead is something to keep. And not just be like, well, you don't have the min capture, so the unit literally can't do anything, you know? A lot of the game would matter more if the time to kill wasn't half a combat or literally never. The most lethal stuff is too lethal, so anything that isn't one-tapping a Mega Gargant is bad. Yeah, but that's also because you feel, as a player, you feel like if you can't, then you lose. Whether or not that's true, I mean, it kind of is against Gargants historically. But also 6 objectives on the table, and then suddenly you're out of luck as the Gargant player. You play AoS way differently. You want the game to be over by round 3 because either all my stuff is dead or all your opponent's stuff is dead. I mean, same. But then maybe have the game last 3 rounds. What if the game lasted 3 rounds instead of 5? What if the game lasted 10 rounds? Like, I think at this point, the game lasts 5 battle rounds because it always has. Because it used to. Should it? This is like the cutting the butts off the ham to fit in your grandma's pan, even though your current pan is bigger, right? We can change stuff like that. Nothing in the marketing team and the product lines require something to be 5s or not. Could be 3. Could be 6. You know, for all the bean counting they're trying to do to make the game not last as long, because the shorter the game is, truly the better. The longer your tabletop war game is, the smaller customer base you probably have for it. That's why Skirmish is so popular. You just bang it out, right? Pink Shirt Man. Control matters if stuff is hard to kill. That's true. Five is the minimum it should last. Horus Heresy 3.0 only lasting 4 feels so bad, you say. I don't have experience with a game that's supposed to last 3 or 4. Hey, Lamau. I'm not sure. Take your word for it. I've had plenty of games that are over by 3. Honestly, that's most games. Across all, probably, no matter what the edition is this too sweeping of a statement? The average game I've ever played, if you just pile them all up. Pink hair girl, there she is. Pink hair Chan. Anyway, if you just conglomerated every game I've ever played in all AoS, the average game, I knew it was over when we're rolling priority for 3, probably. Like 3 was the, yeah, okay. It's like the average. Technically, it's a 5 battle round game, but really it's 3. Three seems like not enough for the cool stuff to happen. Just slam 2 armies together, boom, everyone's dead, thanks for playing. Yeah, that's Age of Sigmar. Maybe it shouldn't be. Is that the game's fault or just because we've played the game a ton? It's always the game's fault. Which is kind of a sour pill to swallow as a developer or a designer. But yes, it is always your fault and always the game's fault. No matter what the players are doing, they read your rules that you wrote and they decided to play it such and such way. And you might not have thought that they should or tried it, but that's what the rules are telling them to do. I read the underdog rules, I read priority, and I'm like, so what I want to do is outdrop my opponent and go second and flip a coin for the double. And not score as much on turn 1 so that I'm the underdog, so I have better whatever, and just try to get the game over as soon as possible. That might not be the most fun way to play, or the most satisfying way to play. The players will play a game in a way that isn't fun because the game seems to want them to do that mechanically, and then afterwards they'll say, damn, that wasn't any fun. And you're tempted as a designer to say, well, you decided to play the game that way. Play it the way that's fun, idiot. And their player will be like, no, I played it the way your rules told me to. Your rules were telling me not to have fun. In other words, change them. And as recalcitrant as that player sounds, they're right. You wish capturing objectives had some flavor and some power spike associated. Different objectives giving defensive or offensive flavor advantage, control score, trick stealing becoming a thing. There is a lot of, to their credit, they've tried to do a lot of that eland. It's just, well, think about all those units, like Chaos Warriors and stuff, where they're like, if you're defending an objective you control, you get +1 to hit. If you're attacking an objective you don't control, you get such and such bonus. There's a lot of units in the game that they've added little stuff to about defending or not defending or controlling or not controlling an objective. Just most people ignore those because they're like, whatever. And maybe it means that they're not strong enough, those bonuses, right? Maybe it's the wrong way to go about it, or maybe they're not powerful enough. You believe the double turn will not exist next edition. And then Harpsichord Knight says, I don't think underdog really works on the early turns. I would like to take both of your suggestions and combine them. What if the double turn was the underdog mechanic? Like super overtly. Like when you get into the position at the bottom of 4, last battle round of the game, you're losing, you go twice. This is like your Street Fighter Ultra or something. What if it's a true comeback mechanic? Like you get a bonus. I like that reroll thing. Or what if you just get it? How much gamesmanship would happen over that? Without a specific timing for it, people would abuse the underdog double turn. They'd get just under the criteria needed. You are exactly right. And I said this hoping that someone would say that to illustrate it. Players are really smart. The rules of the game, however, are like a computer program. They're not smart. And so when you say someone is losing by 5, or they're down 5 points, maybe if you're down 5 points, you're not actually losing. Maybe you're winning. Maybe you're in an excellent position, you just put yourself exactly 5 down despite being in a commanding board state to game the system and get a double. The trapdoor closes, right? That's the problem with comeback mechanics. Sandy but Dandy doesn't like comeback mechanics. They're basically right not to like them. Oftentimes it feels heavy-handed. And it tends to promote people exploiting them to get the comeback mechanic when they're not really losing. And we saw that in fourth with the original underdog stuff. What did people do? They immediately gamed the system. It became the way to play. Be quote-unquote losing with that the mummy fucking image with the Egyptian dude who's like frowning, but then in the background he's smiling, you know, that thing. Oh no, I'm losing, quote unquote, right? If you're a massive underdog, 15 points behind in round 3 or 4, you should auto-win priority. Okay. Now, let's say you do that. If you're losing by too much, then you lose anyway, and you get to go twice feels like an underhanded compliment. Like, oh, HeyWoah, I saw him, you know, run to make to use the crosswalk before the light turned green. He was surprisingly fast, considering, right? Like it's, oh, okay. It's not really a compliment. Well, I get to take 2 turns in a row, but there's no way I win anyway. We shake hands. So it's kind of like, why did you do that anyway? Or I'm losing by exactly 15, and so I get the double turn, and then I win. Like, I win because the game allowed me to win when I should lose, but the game swooped in like a Deus Ex Machina. And it's just like, here you go, kid. You played terribly. Here's your win. Congratulations. And then your opponent, well, you did pretty good, opponent, but unfortunately you were winning too much, so you lose. Like, that's bullshit, right? And yeah, I misused the term ultra, I think. Really what ultras were in Street Fighter IV were kind of a sideboard, I guess. That's a better way to describe it. FortiK tried to introduce a comeback mechanic. People gamed it. Obviously, to their credit, FortiK team said, fuck it, no more underdog mechanic. I think that's what I would choose. If I were king, I would say no. No underdog mechanic. If you're losing, just lose. You're right, Phaser. An X factor is really that would be a better thing. How about those Cruel Boys nerfs? Yeah, I saw that. Look, one Destruction Army was in the top 10. That's not okay. So they had to sweep the leg. Anyway, let me ask this question. Is it a problem? If you're losing the game and then eventually you lose, is that a problem? Are we getting too artificial with extending the game by trying to introduce an underdog mechanic of any sort? Maybe you just lose. Maybe losing priority at the top of 3 and then conceding because you mathematically have lost is the bad outcome that we're trying to avoid. And some like Hail Mary monster jam isn't the way to solve that problem. To require a comeback mechanic implies that an army is capable of such overwhelming victory that you require the game to come in and help you. Or you suck and you need to get better at the game. And neither of those are worthy of requiring the game to carry you. I think I agree. Comeback mechanics will always be difficult to balance, so you could have a comeback mechanic if you just accept the balancing will not be good and overall wild. If you introduce a third player, that makes sense. And what I mean by that is, maybe Age of Sigmar is supposed to be wacky. That's how it started after all. Age of Sigmar is some wacky shit. They were trying arguably bad ideas in the pursuit of wild shit is happening here in this wargame. You got your boilerplate, bean counting, I've simply defeated you and there's nothing you can do because the whole world makes sense, right? Of most other war games. And then this one is a little, we're partying. We're partying just a little bit. We're playing Yoshimitsu, okay? We just, yeah, we like to win, but we like to party a little more than we like to win. And the way you do that is by introducing a third player. And that third player is the table or the game. You're not fighting in an arena, you're fighting on the back of a dragon and it's trying to like buck you off as you're trying to kill your opponent. You're playing EverQuest, right? And it's not you against the goblins. The world itself hates you and wants to kill you. The world hates you. So maybe you could do it that way. And it's not really a comeback mechanic. It's a environmental hazard. And it's not just about beating your opponent, but like surviving at the same time. That's an avenue you could take. Like you're fighting an Akshi and everyone's just dying. And there's stuff you have to do. If you don't play around the realm of battle that you're in, the lava and everything, and the meteor storms and stuff, then you will, if you didn't even have an opponent, you might die by the end of the game. That's an extreme example, but you could do it that way. And then there wouldn't be win, loss, draw. It would be win, loss, you know, the table won or something like that. Three-person AoS games would go crazy. They were actually really fun. It's called Triumph and Treachery. And they released cards for them. Little tiny deck of cards. I want to say it was 2nd edition, 1st edition. When was Triumph and Treachery? Any old people in here? That shit was actually fun. I enjoyed that. You had little counter spells and instants and responses and stuff that you could play. Second, was it? There's rules for that? You just did it in your group? Guy ran, morning. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, I believe they brought it back. It's not called Triumph and Treachery, I don't think, but there is a version of it. What about the White Dwarf battle plan that came out? I don't get White Dwarfs. I don't know what that is. Yeah, Whiskey Lima about 2nd edition, The Realms of Battle. I liked those, but I also understand. Remember, we're talking about classic WoW and how gamers just play games differently now. You do have to, jeez, this is why it's hard. It's because on paper, it's really cool, but then what do people do in real life? I remember when Realms of Battle were a thing and I liked them and I wanted to do them. But every round of the tournament, the opponent, it'd be like waking up for Sunday. It'd be like you're a kid, you're waking up Sunday, and you're trying to be really quiet so your parents don't wake up because you don't want to go to church. That's how it was. The majority of players didn't want to bother with the Realms of Battle because it was just a bunch of extra stuff. And they're like, I don't want to do all that crap fun. Let's just play. And that was the prevailing opinion. So I like it in theory. In practice, I bet most people would try to ignore it. Maybe that's no reason not to do it. Well, they're wrong and need to learn how to kite whelps, like all classic enjoyers did, yeah. Everyone picked the realm relic that gave them ethereal. No, I'm not talking about the artifacts. I'm talking about the Realms of Battle rules, where you're playing and then you choose one of the realms to be playing on, and it does special things with the table, like there's meteor swarms that you roll for every turn to see if you get hit by a fireball in Akshi and so on and so forth. I mean, those things. Yeah. But it was just this extra, like, 2 pages of printout that you would have to worry about, and you'd always forget to roll every turn, and people just didn't want to do them, even though they were cool. You miss the Thermal Rider cloak until the day you die. +4 movement and flying. Now that's a goddamn artifact. Oh, +4 movement and flying to any guy. Dude, ethereal on anything from Shyish? Ooh. Ignax's Scales, a 4-up ward against mortals. Ooh. The Dimensional Blade, make any weapon -3 rend. What was the other one? The Sword of Japan did D6 mortals to any monster or hero. Just converted a weapon to do that. Aether Quartz Brooch. Every time you used a command, you'd roll a die, maybe get it back. Damn, now those are some fucking artifacts. None of this once a game, roll a die, nothing happens. Oh, here's an artifact where you can only give it to a wizard, and if he's in melee with something in the shooting phase, you can roll it to fuck off. Fuck off. +4 move flying. That's a goddamn artifact. It made Keepers of Secrets good. CJ Shuit, I knew you played Slaanesh. As soon as you said Thermal Rider Cloak, I'm like, this guy plays Slaanesh. He put it on a Keeper, and it made Keeper Secrets good. It solved it. It fixed her. I can fix her. All it needs is +4 move and flying. Put that Sword of Japan on an assassin with 6 attacks that got to reroll to hit. Ooh. I'm just gonna say it. Bring back realm artifacts. Or make armies artifact choices that cool. That's my sentence. Bring back realm artifacts or make armies artifact choices that cool. That's fun. We'll make artifacts great again. Saucy Jack. Well, if it isn't Thermal Rider Jack. Doctor, remove my Japan inhibitors. Senator Bastian Carthelos. Could have gone pro if I didn't join the Storm host. It wasn't 4th edition. Remember the Nurgle key artifact that said once per game, 2d6, you roll a 7, the nearest model with disease points within 14 is slain? Yes, I do. It was, oh, what was it called? You didn't take it because Witherstave was better, but, oh, I can't remember what it was called. I do know that one, though. Pestilence might have had a similar thing. Anvil of Apotheosis, son. Rather have 10 artifacts and 7 be useless than 3 and have 2 be useless. It sounds like you want 3 choices, one way or another. At least 3 real choices. On the topic of enhances, wizard levels are good, but like most spells suck. Yeah, they do. I think they're too unreliable. Too short range. I think wizard shit should be pretty long range, to be honest. I think every spell that's shorter than 24 is probably too short. Priests are good. They get to charge up a spirit bomb and double blast it. With very little chance of failure. I mean, it's a trade-off, I guess, right? Magic is much more unreliable, but you get to legitimately try every single time. Whereas the priest, you got to charge it up first. So you use it half as often and it's twice as likely or something like that. I don't know. In real life, magic is extremely short range. Well, close-up magic, yeah, but some of them, you get them on a stage, they got a tiger. You got Penn and Teller at the Rio. Kind of tangential. But you really expected the community to just keep allowing and actively playing BOC, and they just didn't, because GW said so. Weak. TOW stands up for legacy stuff, and it's wonderful, you say. How soon are we to 5th? It's been a 3-year edition cycle so far, right? Is that true? I think we've been on about a 3-year edition cycle. And this is year... Oh, God. Is this year 1 of 4th edition or year 2? I actually don't know. That says something. That's damning. It's year 1. Yeah, it's year 1. Okay, okay. Anyway, Beta Games, thanks for the 19 months. 2027 is when we'll get it. The BOC index is very good and cool. Yep. Yep. Okay, so what I'm collecting here. Trading flavor for balance was a monkey's paw. Army rules are boring and have few real choices. We really want lots of cool choices. Not reverse engineered playstyles for armies. Choices should not cost points, especially faction terrain, especially based on take rate. List building is boring. Control score doesn't really matter. Either it should somehow or junk it. Bring back realm artifacts or make armies artifact choices that cool. I mean, that's sort of like, we're kind of repeating ourselves with a few of these, but it just goes to show that it's top of mind. So, okay. Read loud and clear, and we can get into it more later, but suffice it to say, army rules are boring. Very few choices. That's terrible. That's like the most important thing you have to get right, because people will hang on if they're really excited about their dudes, and it's the fastest way to lose people if their dudes suck. No one gives a fuck if the core rules are great, if their army is boring. Doesn't matter. List building is boring, but that's sort of coming from all that other stuff too. What else? Not to shift topics too much, but we could hammer that one for the next 2 hours and then we'd only just talk about that the whole show. What else you got? And we're keeping it high level for now. I will zoom in on armies that people play, because that's important as well. Maybe we do that now, I'm not sure, unless somebody has an overarching thing. The control score thing was big. The fact that control score doesn't really matter. And that's a problem that's almost like a philosophical problem. Because if you kill something, you capture the point anyway. And so the answer is just always going to be, well, I'll stack damage until I can kill it, and then I don't have to worry about control score. That's just how people think. That's how I think. When I looked at control score, what I did was, well, I'll just take enough damage so I don't have to care about this stupid thing. Because killing people is fun anyway, right? And so sometimes, why fight it? Maybe you need a fourth thing to type into that wheel at the upper left of every war scroll, now that there's no more bravery. But are we inventing a mechanic for the sake of inventing a mechanic? What's the point, is my question. We have hit points, armor, and movement. Why do we need a fourth stat? Because damage is just control score with more steps at the end of the day. and having a really high defense is just control score with more steps at the end of the day. I think it's a superfluous stat, control score, or bravery or anything. Now, if we're going for more of a simulation style war game, then you would want bravery or tactics or something like, oh, these troops are more organized. And so maybe you have to roll to have your commander issue an order and then they listen to it because you're trying to simulate real war where you could get shell-shocked or something, or you have stupid orcs that won't listen and you try to make them listen, but they're more like animals or something. I think all that stuff that can work in a game that's more of a simulation. But we're on some party animal shit. And I don't know that we're trying to really simulate a real battle. I think we're a bunch of insane superheroes in AoS. Like, fear is a mechanic and morale is a mechanic in Trench Crusade, and it fits very well there. Top down and bottom up. In Age of Sigmar, it feels like it's getting shoehorned in. Every model counts as 1, monsters and war machines count as 5. That's the real thing, is like monsters versus normal guys, right? Put the ward save there if they have to put something there. I mean, I suppose I'm just thinking about an important stat that matters, right? Hit points, armor, movement. And then the other, the weapon profiles are the damage. Those are like the 4 things a unit can do. And control score is like a distant tiebreaker sometimes. It matters for monsters, I suppose. Really, it's a tiebreaker on points. It's like, when do you score a point or when do you not score a point? It could just be wounds, yeah. That's an idea I came up with when Sons of Behemoth were announced. I said their control score should just be their current wound value. Not total, but just current. And the name of the ability I called Large and in Charge. And I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good name for it. And they called it Mightier Makes Rightier. And I think Large and in Charge was more elegant, personally, but... Yeah, just total, what is the current remaining wounds value of models on the point, and that's it. I mean, we're solving a really minor problem here, but just however many wounds are on the point of models. Not units, but just models. If we brought back leadership, I would have to tie a bunch of stuff to it. And I feel like leadership is a little more of a simulation thing than what we're trying to do here. And I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You bring back leadership, and it's just another excuse for destruction armies to have another shit stat. Because Stormcast wouldn't have bad leadership, Lumineth wouldn't have bad leadership, Slaves to Darkness wouldn't have bad leadership. Just be another stat for destruction to fucking suck at. Model Citizen Vlad, good afternoon, Mr. HeyWoah. Is your avatar reading paper or eating a slice of bread? He's eating a sandwich. His name is Sandwich Ogre. He's eating a sandwich there. You say that, but Stormcast always ends up having the most mediocre shit. You're right. I'm not afraid to say it. You're right. They're better now than they usually are, to be fair. But in general, yeah, that's what happens when you are the balancing starting point for the rest of the game. You know, at the start of every edition, they decide the Liberators ought to be 100 points. And they're like the default, and then everything else extrapolates from that. And they suffer from it. Can the 9-foot-tall demigods finally have some good infantry at least? Yeah, I don't think they should be the starting point. Like, a Liberator should be as good as 3 cities soldiers, right? Like any 3 orcs or something. They should just be Chads. And if it makes them expensive, so be it. They're supposed to be outnumbered always. That's part of their lore, is they're always outnumbered. Never outgunned. Can we make cities the starting point? We should, yeah. And it works for both. Because lore-wise, or setting-wise, they should be as well. You want the introductory point as world building to the game being the most normal thing. And that's Cities of Sigmar. It's not Stormcast. If Stormcast are the main characters, I think it's worse. You want the fucking normal humans and the potato sack people to be the down-to-earth starting point. That's sort of the straight man to all the crazy stuff that's happening. And it sort of begets the idea of the whole world building from that point forward. Anyway, on core, what else we got? A big thing is all the choices. A big thing is the bring back all the cool ideas. It's okay to be wacky. List building is boring. Control score doesn't really matter, but I don't know if that's a huge problem. Just if you have a control score ability, pretend it is free. It just doesn't cost points because it doesn't matter at all. Unless it's a Gargant or something. But don't lose sleep over it. Because it not mattering is kind of fine. It's just, they write rules as if it does matter, and that's the problem, not really the other thing. How do we like magic? Anything about magic? How do you like it? Wizard levels, unlimited spell. What if you got to pick which spell was unlimited? Is that crazy? What if we went back to 6 spells instead of 3? Thanks for the follow, Ryan. It's sort of fine, it's just the spells are really boring. They think a D3 Mortal Wounds matters, and it just doesn't. So there is that. What if spells just cost points? I don't like that. You choose a lore, right? You know, the wizard costs points, and then you choose which lore you want. And so if you're choosing between 2 lores, why have them cost points? Just have the 2 choices be roughly equivalent. Just play in a different way, but be roughly equivalent, because it's one or the other. I don't know, that's kind of how I think of it anyway. Yeah, I mean, the magic problem is the same thing as the artifact problem, which is the same thing as the enhancement problem, which is the same thing as the subfaction problem. You don't get enough choices, they don't matter enough, and they're boring. That's it. It's not systematically a problem. What about prayers? Same thing. Oh, here, I know I'll get some discussion with this. One of the things they have tried to do, and they've added more of this to the game over time, they recognize there's a problem with pace of play and keeping you involved in the game even when it's not your turn. So for instance, reactions, counter charges, right? Unleash spell, being able to cast something on the opponent's turn. How do you guys like all that stuff? Any complaints there? Not enough of them, too much of them, one of them's too good or not good enough. Unleash hell, unleash spell, unleash prayer. 2 command points to charge on the opponent's charge phase, stuff like that. The things they've added to the game to give you something to do on your opponent's turn. I really like all that stuff, or at least the idea of it. Some of them I don't like more than others, but the idea of, like, people's turns are just really long in this game. Turns take forever. And so you just gotta be able to do stuff during them. Positive reaction to quote-unquote instance, I'll call them instance, on opponent's turn. Parenthetical, unleash spell, counter charge, redeploy, etc. I was pretty positive on that stuff too. Having the stack. Bringing back that leadership debate. Now this might ruin everything, but I'm just spitballing here. This is not a good idea. Okay, let me preface it with that. But if you wanted to bring back leadership, you could bring back leadership scores for everything. And then instead of costing command points, all of your off-turn abilities require you passing a leadership test, and then you can do them. Like, that's a way that you could change things. If you had to reintroduce leadership. And then after doing that, it would really suck because low leadership would be so fucking bad. Then you'd be like, well, maybe you can spend a command point to re-roll it. And then, we'd get back into... We would get to a worse place after all, but I'm just saying that's a place that you could put it if you wanted to. Or if there's a hero near the squad, he can just do it And if he's not there, then you have to roll a leadership, or you can roll his leadership instead and it's high, or you can spend a command, or, you know, there's a bunch of ways you could do it. I think at the end of the day, it would just be another way of making sure that destruction armies fucking suck, because they'd be the only ones with low leadership, basically, except for people's chaff. But it's a possible avenue. I will say, I think there should be no Unleash Hell. I'm gonna call it right here. Using my UN veto power, there should be no Unleash Hell. Delete it. They have changed this fucking ability 12 times in an effort to make it not toxic. It still is. Just shoot on your own goddamn turn. I'm sorry. If that means that shooting is too weak, then buff shooting. You should only shoot on your own turn. Setting up a line of riflemen to shoot when your opponent charges you, no matter what sort of million band-aids and extra bouncing factors they tie in there, only the closest thing only hits on 6s, -1 to hit, can't shoot if you're already in, what, fuck off. That's for like a gun game or a space game or a fantasy game. I would sooner let them shoot their guns in melee combat at their melee opponents than have Unleash Hell. It'd be like, take the total number of shots the unit can shoot and cut it in half because they're in melee, so a lot of them just don't get to shoot, and then we'll just do it that way half the time. I think that's even better. But yeah, just delete Unleash Hell, I think. Not even a single unit or sub-faction gimmick. Yeah, maybe. You could do that. Certainly not in the core rules, though. Model Citizen Vlad. I think Cities of Sigmar would be a good choice for having one unit that maybe has a special rule that can do that. Perhaps Cruel Boys could have one unit with a dirty trick that does that or something like that. I could see that, you know. But damn, do I hate Unleash Hell. Redeploy is probably too random as well. It feels like just a waste. Too random, I think, if I had to say something about it. You don't know if Unleash was that bad? They have really softened it up a lot. They've nerfed it several times. I just kind of fundamentally don't like it at all. You can put it on a Porcupine unit as a special treat for that army if it makes sense. Cities, Cruel Boys maybe, stuff like that. I just don't like it. Shooting is so good anyway. You should, finally, when you get to charge the goddamn shooters, you should just charge them. But maybe this is a melee army talking, right? And I think redeploy is a little too random. It's not a bell curve, it's just a flat 1 through 6. It's so often a nothing burger. I don't know if I want to buff it necessarily, but something like 2d6 drop the lowest. I don't know. I kind of want to make a... I feel like I want to make a bell curve out of it somehow. Just as a little asterisk. It's not that important. But I'm just thinking about it. Redeploy needs to be able to fail. I mean, you're spending a command point. Should it fail? Maybe. I guess charges can fail. And casting a spell can fail, so why shouldn't redeploy be able to fail? I suppose other movements can't, but, you know. When we talk about 3-inch combat range, you feel it's too impactful sometimes. I think so, too. What I really like about 3-inch combat range is how snappy it makes the game. We finally have really gotten to the point where you kind of just mush your guys into combat and roll. It has saved a lot of time, and I like that. It might be too strong. How does drawing line of sight work for AoS? It's true line of sight, unfortunately. A lot of tournaments... I shouldn't say a lot. Some tournaments go bases in like a tube, you know? Because you don't want to promote modeling for advantage, and you don't want to punish modeling for cool by being able to target stuff. I get the impression that true line of sight with the actual models is something the game designers don't have a say in. I think that's the product line people wanting to double down on making sure the models are really important. And so they might not have the power to change any of that. Alright, so here's what I wrote for the 3-inch combat stuff. There's some pushback on the 3-inch combat range, but it is... some people love it and some people hate it. Personally, I like how fast it is to play, but I do admit that it might be a little too strong. It might be that damage is too high, partially because of it. That's an easy problem to fix. I think we can keep the good and quibble over the numbers and percentages. But I like how quick and easy everything is. If a squad is doing too much damage, you got plenty of knobs to turn, I think. Oh, here's one. What do you guys think about... Well, I don't know if it's time to bring that up yet. Base contact rank can fight, second rank can fight, and that's it. I mean, they could do a 40k thing. I'm gonna throw a wrench into it. Are you ready? Feedback. Some people think that it's only a matter of time before this happens. I don't know. What if heroes join squads? And with that, I'm getting a drink. Be right back.
Pardon me, would you have any
Cream.
But of course.
Grey Poupon. It even has cream.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott, president of Domino's Pizza. Have you heard of Hatsune Miku?
Get a rope.
How do you get shirts so clean, Mr. Lee?
Ancient Chinese secret.
My husband,
Pure athlete, yeah.
Here's his ancient Chinese secret.
Cream.
Folks, I work with lots of people who wear dentures and smoke.
Mommy, how long will Charlie live?
1 second.
I like the Whopper the way it was. Fool.
The new Whopper has more beef than ever, with luscious taste and a foamy trait.
Dunkin' Hines Yellow rises to great heights of moistness.
This is the day of great taste.
Deluxious.
This is the day of great moistness.
This deluxe yellow rises above the rest.
Mmm, moisture.
Haven't you ever tried it?
No, is it soft?
Squeeze it.
Ooh, it is soft.
And help take a bite out of cream, yeah.
It still tastes good like a cigarette should.
Oh, we're back. Yes, heroes should join squads. Absolutely despised having a cool big squad you painted up and then only being able to fight with 30 to 50% of it because they were struck with 1-inch weapons. So frustrating having to get 2 charges off, one for the unit and the other for the hero. That's the problem that I'm trying to solve across the pond. A lot of this stuff is like, what's the problem? Let's try to fix it. Getting off 2 different charges is so awkward so often with foot heroes. Now, this would make shooting a lot worse, but not really. I mean, if your foot hero is next to a squad, he's invincible, untargetable, not even on the same plane of existence. Can't even see him ever, right? Anyway. So really, with current rules, if your foot hero is standing next to 3 men, he's unsnipable anyway. We're already there. You might as well just put him in the unit. And it cleans up a lot of goofiness with the double charges. And then you don't need any of those rules that they've given almost every combat footman, which is you pile in the unit right after you fight. You could just get rid of those because they're just in the squad now. And so really it functions, honestly, it functions mostly the same. The only thing is he can fuck off if he wants to right now. And if he was part of the squad, maybe you can't. And we could reduce a lot of the combat auras. Maybe instead of wholly within 6 bullshit, like wholly within 8, it would just be the squad you're attached to. That could be a thing. Oh, ooh, I almost forgot. I'm going to put this... Where am I going to put this? I'm putting this one right after battle tomes are boring. Okay? Remove all wholly within measurements in the entire game. Alright. I just had to remind myself. If anything, heroes joining units would work better in AoS since you don't have to worry about different toughness values. Oh, true. You do have to worry about different armor values. So the squad would basically be ablative wounds for the hero. Maybe you could split attacks. It's up to the attacker, perhaps. it creates one awkward situation where sometimes you would rather keep the unit and not the hero. And getting rid of choice is bad. It would streamline the game that you always target the squad and it's just a Blade of Wounds for that hero until he's alone. But it would be, you know, I tend to err on giving the player more choice. Perhaps, yeah, for instance, Kurnoth Bows, Gisele's badass sniper man. Maybe they can target the hero within a squad, perhaps. You just have to be very careful about handing that effect out. We're still broad, Humongous Ego. It would partially fix the melee foot assassin archetype. You still chuckle a little whenever you see the hat Twitch tag on your streams. I'm the second biggest hat streamer. But what's her name is that Italian VTuber artist model lady. She does good work. I like her art. And she uses a bunch of hats. She's got me there. Dioriku, that's it. She does good mouse pads, Yeah, Lauren had good. Yeah, I think so. I think that would put just a little bit of juice into the melee foot assassin type. Give him something to do. Put him in a squad of 60 zombies. Oh, hold on now. But that's the kind of thing you have to think about. It sounds like a good idea now, but then what about what about putting a wizard inside of a squad of 60 zombies? Now he's like invincible. I mean, he was before the way the rules worked because you can't snipe him. So maybe the cat's out of the bag already there. You just fix that by specifying what they can lead. Yeah, I mean, you can't put anything in anything. You gotta have a little bit of rules here, and there you go. Mounted heroes can join cavalry, but they can't join foot. Foot guys can join foot, but they can't join cav. Maybe flying foot guys can join cav. Like I'm thinking about that Sylvaneth dude with wings. The little one, you know, what's his name? The protractor. I can't remember what his name is. I mean, that could fly around. You know, you could give him a special thing or two there. Feet guys can't join boobs or ass mans. I don't know. Armpit guys can't join anybody. Base it on move characteristic. I'd rather base it on cav versus foot troop to give those designations a little more oomph. One of the things that I think could get cleaned up is having more of a reason for the terminology of cavalry, the terminology of foot troop, you know. Put a little more rules in there. Gotrek with 40 Saurus warriors. And it makes balancing buffs a lot easier too. Just allow distribution of wounds between hero or unit to be decided by the targeted player. Yeah. So the person who's targeted, it's like banding, right? The person who's targeted divvies it up however they want before the roll. And if you have snipers, then the enemy decides instead of you. And then there you go. If you have the sniper keyword, you decide. If you don't, the person getting shot decides. And that seems kind of elegant. Banding in the year of our Lord, 2025? It's like banding Lamau. And I think that actually, it's a little bit of a storytelling knob, which I think the game ought to have more of. It's a little thing. It's a little thing, but we need more of that. This unit is led by this funny guy, and you wouldn't think that that's normal, but these are my dudes and I think it's interesting or something like that, which is why you don't want it to be that strict. I think to start with, I would allow for as much freedom as possible. Because a downside to hero joins the unit is that you get less choices. You're building the army that GW wants you to build, right? Right now, you can have a foot hero give his aura to cavalry. In our future that we're talking about, you can't. What should I work on, Rock Trogs or Abhorrent Cardinal? Work on the hero. Okay, taking notes here. Foot heroes join units, cav heroes join cav units, etc. Problem to solve is the difficulty in double charging and wholly within annoyance and time wasting of measurements. We've just eliminated 50% of all measurements in the game, maybe. No, that's not true. Maybe a third. But if heroes join units to give them buffs, then we've eliminated all the, am I wholly within this? Am I going to be wholly within after I move in this? And then, ooh, I'm double charging. I have to make sure, okay. And then after the charge, I still have to be wholly. We've gotten rid of all of those measurements. We've sped up the game noticeably now. It is worth noting that potentially it reduces choice. We'll just have to make sure that it mostly doesn't. Need a new walking video. You're becoming too familiar with these alleyways. Next time we get the pink hair Chan, I'll switch. But it's true, I need to find another one. Anyway, next time we get the pink hair Chan, we'll switch it out. Make joining base touch. I would just say incoherency and keep it at that. I would also remove all wholly within measurements in the game. They should just be measurements. That's it. No wholly within. Just measurements. We already have coherency. I get that you don't want spaghetti, string, conga lines everywhere, but coherency solved that problem. You don't need to double solve it with wholly within. And the thing that takes longer per game is the wholly within measuring, not the coherency stuff. So I would just quick do that. Just quickly do that. They should do these videos with video game levels. I do have a run from Freeport to Kanos. It's not queued up and ready, but I did download it for all those EverQuest viewers. Also lets you juice the buffs more, the more specific they are. It's okay to give Grots +2 attacks from the cheap hero, whereas Cav would require way higher price for similar stuff. Yeah, you got knobs to turn there. Where can we send walks to if we make them? Discord DM. My DMs are open. Sometimes I think about closing them because I get several robots a day. But I don't. You get a wacky idea. What if they gave up map quadrants, square keywords? Maybe some squares have muddy, which slows down cav or something. You mean make terrain matter. And not just like a zone that you're standing near, but like the actual ground. It's something to think about. I'm gonna put it in the Realm of Battle section. Alright, let's tackle another big one. Since we're all kind of in agreement here, for the most part. Let's tackle another big one. Do you think spam is a problem? Right now. You know, when Magic first released, you could use any number of cards as long as you owned them. You could have 20 lightning bolts in your deck if you wanted. In fact, when Magic first released, you had a shared deck. It was only one. You didn't have two libraries, but that's very, very early. And then eventually they're like, well, you can have 4 of any one card. And then later they made Commander, and now you can only have 1 of any one card. Although you run 11 of the one of cards that do basically the same thing, so really, where are we? But be that as it may. Not a problem outside of the rules they write. Grizzly says yes. Lich says not really. Erasmus says for some rules. Spam is only a problem when they mess up big time. Variety is usually pretty solid. Army-wide abilities kind of solve spam. You like the max 4. Spam armies are skew armies, and skew armies get countered and punished eventually. Sort of nature finds a way kind of thing. No, because if a unit stands out as problematic, they've been pretty good at reining them in. 13 Deathbringers, Assassins, Grimhold, yeah. Once per army, stuff reins a lot of it in. So what I'm getting is kind of all over the place. You don't think it's a problem? Some factions don't have the roster to survive spam restrictions. That's true, Tiniz. You don't like limiting what people can run. You'd rather encourage variety than punish some. Spam's never bothered me personally, but also lots of armies aren't so fleshed out that limiting scrolls would be unequally punishing. I think that's a skill issue. That might have been true at one point, especially when some armies didn't have faction rules and were playing out of the Grand Alliance Order or something like that. But currently speaking, out of all the armies in Age of Sigmar, forget what the War Scrolls do, just look at the number of them. There's not a single army that couldn't survive anti-spam rules if their rules are written with that in mind. I think it's a skill issue. Like, what's an army that is so small that it couldn't survive that? I'm talking model lines, right? Like, just number of units. Where you couldn't build it without, say, tripling up on something. Spamless rarely, if ever, perform well, and if they do, it only lasts like one balance patch. Slayers, maybe? Skill issue. I'm just going to say the word skill issue no matter what, anyone. I kind of set you up for that. But Hearthguard Berserkers, oh my god, I can't. I could not tell you the names of Auric Hearthguard, Hearthguard Berserkers, and what's the third one? Volkite Berserkers. Jesus, that took me longer than it should have. You could write those war scrolls so that you really wanted all 3 of them in every army. And then the faction is fine. Like, you could do it. Oh, now I see people are typing Volkite. Very close. I almost needed your help. Yeah, and 2 weapons and shields are 2 different war scrolls as well. Isn't this just list building 4th bad, though? Yeah, true. The hero spam option is different. I think that's fun. I think this is a solution in search of a problem. And this is how I originally thought. I was just going to issue it and see what people thought about it. I think you can only run 3 of any one thing, which I've heard a lot of. I think that's a solution in search of a problem. I think it's quaint and interesting if players have the freedom to play 12 of the same unit if they really want to. It probably shouldn't be ideal to do so, but I think it's harmless to let them do it. And so I don't know that there needs to be a limit. I've just heard it as a suggestion a lot. Limiting reinforcements is a good thing, is a real question. That is a real question. Is reinforcing a unit too strong the way the rules are currently? I mean, the implications of changing this could be big as well, right? If you just said you can't reinforce units, suddenly every single 3-man big body Annihilator unit is garbage, just instantly useless, right? And that's there's a lot of knock-on effects of limiting reinforcements. You could say maybe you can't reinforce Cav, or you can't reinforce this or that, by type, by category, by individual war scroll. You could gently maneuver players to not want to reinforce everything by, say, changing the battle plan so that there's 6 objectives in every single battle plan, and then that just makes reinforcing kind of bad because you want to spread out a lot. You just want the most units on the table as you can get. But then again, armies like SOB would kind of be SOL in such a world. Let me run blocks of 80 clan rats again, GW, or 60. Ooh. Then again, I'm not saying this is the world we would be living in, but it could be if you heavily restricted reinforcements. So maybe you could only reinforce a certain, this unit or that unit or something, then maybe those are the only good units anyone ever plays with. And that would be bad, right? What if you could only reinforce battle line? Like chaff, like the shit stuff. So you have giant chaff, but nothing else can be reinforced. How would that change the game? I admit I only suggested that because then you look like a real army. I wasn't really thinking about gameplay much. It would reduce the damage of the game, which is good or bad depending on how much you like damage and short games. One reinforcement point per regiment unless you're Geats. If you gave people reinforcement points to spend, they would just spend it on the best thing and we'd be back to where we started from for the most part. It's not about how much they can reinforce, it's how problematic is it when they reinforce X or Y unit. Maybe you need a hero or a certain thing to reinforce the unit, perhaps. Oh, what about this? How about this? Since we're having heroes join units and give them their buff, what if you had the pick? You can either reinforce or put a hero in there. Now there's a choice. You got a real choice to make now. And then we figure out which one everyone decides is mathematically the best, and then we make it cost points. Never mind, I'm kidding. Would more bodies make turn 4 and 5 matter more? Yes. Having played I've played more 3,000 point games, I think, than the average player. I go to a 3,000 point tournament once or twice a year. Those games last until turn 5, by gum. They do. Reinforcements or hero feels hamstringing somehow. The problem with reinforcements or hero is that probably there is just a right answer. That's the problem with that. Plus big fantastic clash of lines from extra units. If we got rid of reinforcements, we could probably keep 3-inch combat range and it wouldn't hurt anything. So there is that. And I rather like the 3-inch combat range for an ease of play and quickness and snappiness of play. It would definitely require certain units get rewritten to compensate for not being able to reinforce. But of course, yeah, for sure. All of these would require a lot of rewriting. But that's your job, you know, or that's our job in our armchair game dev here. This is why we need some kind of leadership mechanic. In Old World, you're allowed to put 90% of your points and all of your heroes into one unit. What if your dice crap out, the game is over real quick? I mean, there is that in AoS, in a certain respect. If you put 1,200 points in one part of the table, a lot of times your opponent can just beat you on points because you can't be in 3 places at once. It's kind of bad to just have so many points in one place. Especially if that thing isn't very fast. And a blob Death Star like that is probably not very fast. You know how you kill that immediately? Without needing to do leadership shenanigans? My 1,400 point Death Star blob. The way to kill that immediately is if you leave an objective, you lose it. Oh, it's dead. That's it. Just go back to when objectives were only under your control if you're currently on them. And you leave, they're not yours anymore. And that would That would immediately destroy that. Am I being blinded by nostalgia beer goggles? Or is that a good idea? Because I played Trench Crusade once. The first time I ever played Trench Crusade, like a month ago. Objectives were not sticky. If you left, you lost them. And I'm like, I want AoS to immediately go back to this. We need to go back. Rewind the tapes. This would fix so much of the game. So 40k? No, so first edition AoS and second edition AoS. Go back to what we had before. Not even 40k, it's just that's how AoS used to be. I liked that. Having objectives not be sticky was one of the few ways that you could defeat an army that was better than you. Their guys were just better than yours. But sometimes you could outplay them because their better guys had to camp out on some fucking objective instead of destroy your whole army single-handedly. Having to stay on it for one round would make it sticky. Or what if Battle Line gets sticky objectives, but your killer units don't? Something like that. So it's almost like instead of control score, you have units that are made for capturing and units that are made for killing. You could do it that way as well. It's like similar to control score in a certain way, if we want to force people to take Battle Line that they wouldn't want to otherwise. If you like standing on objectives all game, might restrict movement and buff shooting, which doesn't sound too fun. Well, it balances really, really fast armies. Really high movement armies might be too good, period. And objectives that aren't sticky hurts that. It buffs shooting, but if we take away Unleash Hell, maybe we call it even. There's so many knobs to turn here that it's interesting to think about, I think. Sticky is way more quality of life. I'll give you that. Easy. Sticky objectives is way more quality of life. And just play with your toys. Play with your boys. They do sticky battle line in 40k now, and teleporting battle line are king. Well, we can easily solve that. Either don't give teleporting to battle line, or say that battle line has to move on to the point. That's easy. If we don't want that, just don't give them that rule. High move armies are definitely stronger with sticky. Yes, they are. For sure. Again, this doesn't... I don't know if I could state a problem that this is solving, which means maybe it's not a good suggestion, but something to think about. You're going to have to prize sticky objectives for my cold dead hands, yeah. You're planting a flag on the objective. Nurgle gets sticky everything because they're slow and also the theme. You could customize it per army. Sons of Behemoth would probably have to they'd probably have to keep sticky, you know. Oh, pink hair girl. Pink hair Chan. Yes. Alright, that's it. I said we would switch the walk when we got to pink hair Chan. And so I will. How about Bern? How about Bern? Switzerland. Anyway, just something to think about. I don't know if that's the way we want to solve a problem. I think the QOL is pretty high on it. But Damn, I like not having sticky objectives at all. It forces you to have to play the game instead of camp out. It's a beautiful city, isn't it? Looks cold there. Perfect. Pretty sure high move armies would still be good. Oh, for sure high move armies would still be the best thing to be doing. It would just knock them down maybe a peg. But not too much, because getting back to an objective that you lost is easier for a high move army. Don't worry. High move armies will still be amazing, no matter what you do. Because it's a movement game and a damage game. We're talking pegs? Not normally. Looks like the average Midwest March. It looks like the average January in Wisconsin up until about 2010. Then the effects of climate change were too obvious to ignore. And it barely snows even in January now. But maybe it's a blip on the radar. Who knows? I know. Yeah, we kill the high move armor. We kill the Batman. Yeah. I don't think an army should be slow. Can I say that? Is that okay? Can we start? Ooh, oh no, I only have 45 minutes left. Is there another big overarching thing before we get into specific armies? Because I know getting into specific armies will be fun. We're just going to touch on them, right? But this gives everybody an opportunity to talk about, you know, their special prize pig. Battle tactics, yes. Delete all of them. Battle tactics. Delete them as a concept. No, I'm kidding. That's like the best outcome. The second best outcome is much improved. I'm nothing if not fair. Thoughts on battle tactics. They literally ruined the game in third. Battle tactics. They changed Age of Sigmar from being fun to being not fun, and it is solely because of them. Battle tactics are terrible. They are AstroTurf corporate meme forcing cinematic tactical play because you're too cowardly and incompetent to write rules that have those things naturally arise between what you choose to do and what your opponent chooses to do. And it's because of objectives not being sticky anymore. Because objectives are sticky, victory points are too easy to get and you need something else to happen. And so you invented battle tactics to solve the problem that you created by giving us QOL on sticky objectives. Sorry if I'm a little harsh, but that's the way I feel. And they're bullshit and stupid. And they don't have anything to do with anything that's goddamn happening. And that they do a backflip. Oh, cool. Thanks. The most recent iteration of battle tactics is by far the best they've done yet. Way better, much improved. And there's only one of them that's truly good. And that's the bags of gold. And the reason I like that one is because how that one plays is dependent upon what the players do with their men in the game. And all the others kind of don't. They're just stuff that happens, or whatever. But if we must keep them, then at least I'm happy because they're getting better. And that's good. Here's how I solve battle tactics. We'll call them quests instead of battle tactics. They're very thematic and lore-like. Very much like burger lust, like give a hamburger or a pack of gold to 3 of your units and I have to take them. You have to go to this objective and grab something, and it's hot potato, whoever has it last, you know, gets stuff like that. I want it to really be stuff that's happening on the table and not spread out, take the flanks, charge with this guy and retreat with that guy. Fuck off. These aren't achievements in Xbox. Like, make them flavorful. And they should not give victory points at all. They shouldn't give victory points. That's wrong. If you complete a battle tactic, it should give you a command point that you keep until you use it. So doing the battle tactic gives you power in that game that you can spend to try to win that game. Doesn't give you victory points. It gives you in-game power via a command point that you can use in that game to try to win that game. And that's my solution. And this could be as little as just giving you a command point, and it's a special one. It sticks with you for the rest of the game until you use it. You can have as many as you want. If you complete as many battle tactics as you want, you just get them. They're little poker chips. Spend them when you got them. And you spend them like normal command points, and that's it. Or you could make special ones if you wanted to do extra work, but we're giving them plenty of work to do already. I think we just need this into the current thing. Like the Seraphon army rule where you get a little quest and a second army rule if you do it. Yeah, or like the old Zinch rule where you declared you were going to do something and then you do it and you get it, like something like that. But it shouldn't just be something that you do, like you cast 3 spells and get it. I think it should always interact with your opponent in some way. You know, this could be as simple as you unbind a spell. That's like the boring version. Or as cool as my mind is a whir of there's so many examples, right? You fail a 3-edge charge. And I think they should probably not snowball. I don't think they should snowball. And what I mean by that is, if a battle tactic requires you to kill an enemy unit on an objective, that's bad. And the reason it's bad is you wanted to do that anyway to win the game. And so it's win more. It's rewarding you for winning. If battle tactics reward you for winning, then it just snowballs. I think it should be an alternative route. Here's your underdog bonus. If you kill an enemy unit that's not on an objective, you get a command point. Right? So it's like your first choice would be killing an enemy unit on an objective because then it helps you win the game. But if you're in a situation where you can't do that, you can at least do this second thing and then get a tip. Here's $5, kid, you know. And you could tie it to actual bonuses, but the problem with that is different armies work differently. I'd rather just give them a command point and then that army can use it however they see fit, rather than like +1 attack. You know, like +1 attack is cool, but maybe on some army or some unit that wouldn't be good, and we want them to be universally good. And I think they should give my key point is they should give power within that game to help you win that one game. They shouldn't give you victory points. They should give you options to play with, you know, command points. Now, it does sound like I'm bringing back the dreaded battle tactics per army, and we know those weren't good. Nobody liked them because they were horribly imbalanced. And if your army's battle tactics sucked, then you were bad, right? But the difference here is that we make sure they are not win more. They can't snowball you, right? That was really the sin there, was if you do this thing that causes you to win, then you get extra win power, and we don't want that. But making them per army is really flavorful and cool. You just gotta make sure it's skill issue. You just gotta make sure that they don't snowball you to victory. And they involve your opponent, almost always. So your opponent can play around it somehow. Anyway, that's my thoughts on battle tactics. In general, I hate them. I don't think they should give victory points. And too many of them are win more and help you snowball. And I know they put them in to try to make tiebreakers in tournaments, but that's a shit system. It just is. And I think they should give command points instead of victory points. And involve the opponent more. And not be win more, specifically. And then it would do a lot to help. But then how would we do tiebreakers in tournaments? That's easy. Opponent win-loss record. And every 5-0 gets a trophy. Easy. There's only going to be 2 of them. Maybe. If you want a real winner, then run enough rounds of Swiss. You won't. Alright, scrolling through the core rules here a little bit. Obviously, everybody always wants terrain to be more impactful or a better system. I generally think terrain is kind of like bravery. Once you finally get it to matter, it's not fun. I think it's a poison pill that you hide in a dog treat. But I'm not going to fight that battle. I have too many battles to fight as it is. Are wound rolls kind of superfluous? Yeah. But they're not changing that. It's too ingrained in GW to roll dice, to roll dice, to roll dice. We got to fight our battles elsewhere where it's possible to win. Capture the shrine so that we can channel its arcane power. And then we can spend a command point to cast a spell on someone else's turn is so much cooler than capture the shrine for points. To count beans, yeah. Make battle tactics tied to the battle plan. Ahem. Ahem. That was my suggestion in times past, Trundle. But I think we can have both. I think we can have battle tactics give command points and have your armies get them, and then just put them in the battle plans as well. So both people are fighting over something in the battle plan, and then you got your own. You don't want too many, because then you get too many command points, but every once in a while. Does strength toughness need to come back? Not really. It's just more math that the players have to do. It actually is just kind of a time waster. What it does do is insert some flavor into the game. So there is that. Strength toughness would inject flavor, but at the cost of time. And sort of busy work. I think we can put the flavor in elsewise without introducing Thaco back into the game. There's so many knobs you can turn. -1 to get wounded, better armor save, more hit points, regeneration, ignore the first damage, whatever, you know, there's so many ways that you can show that. Although it is cool in a stat block, fluffy kind of way. Have we talked about the double turn yet? We have not. As a so-so pro, you like it. I think we have to remember that Age of Sigmar is supposed to be and was designed to be whack-ass shit. And the double turn to me is that. I think it should stay to remind people that this game is not serious. And I rather like the first to finish deploying chooses who goes first, and the second to finish deploying can reroll priority. I think that's very elegant. It was a great solution they came up with there. Credit where it's due. Rerolling priority isn't actually that good, but it feels that good. And you needed the push and pull of deploy. I think it solved that problem. And we can shove some more reactions and instants in there, and that'll clean up the rest of it. If we got rid of the double turn, I would actually drop a nuclear bomb on the entire game and make the whole thing you go, I go, alternate activation of units instead of player turns. Because you would have to change so much if the double turn went away, priority, that you might as well do that while you're at it. You know what I mean? The double turn can only really be abused by shooting and fights first chain fighting, both of which are very rare, yeah. And it used to be movement and scoring and stuff, but they curbed those. The Oak Fifth isn't that. They wouldn't do that. That's too much to change. I feel like fights first, strikes last becoming more and more prevalent. They were very prevalent in second, and they got rid of a lot of it in third and brought a lot of it back in fourth. I would get rid of a lot of it, to be honest. They have this idea of piling in twice, but the second time you pile in, you go last. I don't know if I like that. I would mostly get rid of that kind of thing. Did they get rid of the double turn yet? No, not playing. Yeah, that's a fair critique. A lot of people think that way. Perception problem, not a gameplay problem. True, but perception is everything. Strength is nothing. You perceive nothing. Rao. Now, never enter my dojo again. What if priests could juice up in a team, like a ritual? What if you shared a prayer pool? Is that too strong? Also, I think somebody mentioned that prayers are a little flat because it's just a D6. I really do think, for the most part, you should have bell curves on everything. Most things should at least be 2d6 for a little bit of a bell curve action. That's why I think redeploy shouldn't be 1d6. Prayers, maybe not. I don't know. It's not too big of a deal. Too strong. They don't have much counterplay already. True. I think the double turn negative perception is a failure on GW marketing their game terribly a lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the rules. The counterplay is that 90% of prayers suck. I mean, that's true of everything. I'm not advocating for pooling prayers, by the way. I'm just thinking out loud. I think we're good on the core rules. Not too much needs to really be checked here. You know, a little bit of Holy Within going away, a few more instants maybe, but delete Unleash Hell. Foot heroes join units. Cav heroes join Cav units, stuff like that. Battle tactics give command points and not victory points, and don't snowball as hard. Control score kind of sucks, but I think we leave it. It's better if it doesn't matter than it does matter and it's not fun, to be honest. Charging terrain has to go. It just has to. Yeah, that's a pickle, isn't it? The terrain feature counting as a thing you can charge. It's kind of weird. Did we talk about manifestations? No. Manifestations are shit. A system shoehorned into the game at the last moment because the marketing and product side wanted to sell you them. And so they forced the rule writers to quickly write rules for them and let everyone take them. I don't think they're even a good idea. I would sooner get rid of them, and they're all made out of Chinese plastic that aren't getting resold anyway. Is this problem going to solve itself? Will you even be able to buy them in 5th ed? And I'm talking about the generic ones. Will they even be for sale in 5th ed? The worst part of manifestations is when they are used as chaff. The second worst part of manifestations is when you have a rules question about what the fuck they count as. At any given moment. Can we agree there? I'm making notes here. Game would be better without them. However, product team, and so we're sorry, we're the designers, we have no choice. You know, Colvin Mark, I tend to agree, and that's what I've said in the past. Especially in 1st and 2nd edition, when very angry people were essentially bullying AoS players for 5 years for liking a game. The double turn existing keeps out a lot of riffraff. might not be the healthiest point, but it's one I've made in the past. You like the idea of spell models, but the implementation is ass. Yeah, I think I can probably agree, but I don't even know if I like the idea of spell models. Inevitably, they're going to be used as lane blockers and area denial and chaff, and that's ungodly annoying. And I just kind of hate that. And on top of that, they're implemented really badly. All right, I think we're done with the core rule stuff. Is it army time? Anybody have a final thought before we get to people's armies? As I go to the main website to look at all the armies in order, and we'll do a lightning round. Number one problem with, that kind of thing. Went to their website. Explore our games. Shop online. How many clicks do I have to click to get to the goddamn army list section? This website is so fucking bad. What an awful website. Oh, they changed it. They changed their website to be even worse. Unbelievable. It cannot even be believed by me. There isn't like a navigation pane. You have to scroll and then click shop by faction. What is this? This is so all right. Fine. All right. I just wanted a list of all the armies really quick. Couldn't do it. Not gonna make it. Door's stuck. Alright, sorry about that. It took me a while. Army specific. Now we're going by faction, army specific here. Keeping in mind that we already said more choices, more interesting everything, blah 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 for all the armies. But what is a particular pain point? We'll start as always in alphabetical order with Stormcast Eternals. Only respond if you play Stormcast or don't play Stormcast but have an opinion anyway. Those are the only two options here, okay? wonder if this should be like... Need to be wider. Okay, wideness. Wideness increase. What I've written for Stormcast is wideness increase. They are Supermen. Have them act like it. Not the 100-point baseline standard, but 9-foot-tall lightning heroes. We're going... I guess we're going thematic in general here. I think fundamentally the game shouldn't be balanced around 100-point liberators as a baseline springboard. Stormcast should be pretty fucking heroic. Oh, ooh, quick. For the game as a whole, Armies of Renown, delete. Regiments of Renown, delete. Bring back sub-factions. Sorry, I had to add that to the game as a whole. This is very important. Armies of Renown, delete. Regiments of Renown, delete. Bring back big sub-factions. Ally system, delete. There we go. Okay, I had to clean that up a little bit for the good of the game. I will not be taking questions. You like Armies of Renown as alternate way to play your models? That's what a sub-faction is. Every Army of Renown, you cross out Army of Renown at the top, and you write sub-faction. And then you remove all the limits. And that's what battle tomes are. It's a yes and kind of thing. And as far as ally systems, in my head, thinking about it, like the idea of allies is cool. Ooh, these dwarves are friends with these Sylvaneth. They've proven that they can't handle doing that. Just make the armies themselves excellent and great and interesting and powerful. And once the rest of the game is fully fixed, then you can dip your toe into ruining it with allies. But not before. America first, okay? Is my point. Sub-factions don't rewrite the core army rules. They did before, and they should again. So we liked fun, fluffy stuff over balanced mechanics? Yes. As long as it's your own guys. Like, you... How do I put this? It should never, ever be the case that you're playing ogres and allying in some other army's non-ogres is the best way to play. And it should never be the case that you're playing ogres and your ogres are literally better in someone else's army. The buck has to stop somewhere, and for me, that's there. The only allies I'm okay with, if I must, are Stormcast, because that's literally the lore of the entire world. Is that Stormcast help everyone out. And so, that sucks because it probably means that Stormcast have to suck, otherwise they're too strong in everyone else's army. Continuing in alphabetic order, Sylvaneth. It would be nice to have a way to play that isn't completely reliant on terrain. I'll take that suggestion from a Sylvaneth player in chat. As it is, RRs aren't usually even good, just occasionally a proud nail pops up. That's true. Problem with Stormcast is they're a high movement and tricks army disguised as a melee grindhouse. Most devolve into move shenanigans or alpha strike, yeah. And then all the quote-unquote, like, proper Stormcast units are never played. Because they're slow, and they're slow grindhouse, and that's just a bad thing to be. You could force them to be slow grindhouse, but then you would have to make it worth it. Which is hard. But I think they should try. Make god models good. Please lower their points. Make Techless Silinar Wizard 6, 3 of your spells 10, 3 any. Make all LRL chaff units be wizards again. That was cool. New spells, cool. Alright. LRL. Wizard maxing once again. I'm pretty laissez-faire about how powerful sounding the individual army stuff I'll allow to get. It's not an exaggeration for me to say I'm asking for your greatest hits. Like, we've had 4 editions now of army rules. What was your favorite shit? What was the cool shit and it's gone now? Like, what do you want back? What do you want back? What would be cool if it was new? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Or this is a direction to go. I don't like this direction. I wish we had this, you know, that kind of thing. Wizard maxing once again. Gish army for LRL. Sylvaneth. It would be nice to have a way to play that isn't completely reliant on terrain. Also, reliable terrain. So we're getting it from both ways there. On the subject of Lumineth, you know nobody cares what happens to them, but it's so deflating to see them get nerfed every single update. Yes, they do. Sentinels were even nerfed in the most recent battle scribe. For some fucking reason. I don't know who's actually using them to much effect. But, hey, alright. Are we going army by army or just freeballing it? I don't know that we have enough people here for me to go army to army and then just like wait for someone to respond. I want to keep it snappy. So we'll jump all over the place. And don't worry about Lumineth being scary to fight. If we're wizard maxing them again, every unit's a wizard, Gish army. Don't worry. We're making everybody crazy. God'll sort it out. I think Seraphon has lost its way. I don't play Seraphon, so grain of salt here. But I think it's fundamentally lost its way. We need to, like, reorganize what we want Seraphon to be. The slice down the middle of, like, half weird casting and half a destruction army, and you kind of have to lean one direction, is weird, and I don't think I like it. Make Seraphon slaves to darkness, but order. I mean, Stormcast is kind of supposed to be slaves to darkness, but order, right? Instead of good magic, you have shooting. And that's like, that's the thing. So, slaves are kind of the mirror image of Stormcast, except they have mighty magics, and Stormcast have shit spells and good shooting. For Slaanesh, I have written down, I don't think anyone's mentioned Slaanesh yet, but I have written down complete and total reimagining. Stop trying to make browbeat work. It won't. I know I'm not giving them very good direction here, but my direction is literally anything but what you have done. if that's advice that they can take to heart. Literally nothing like what you have done. Ever. Like, first, second, third, fourth, Slaanesh has been entirely wrong every time. Please God, stop trying to make browbeat work. I'm not going to say you're not good enough. Maybe the game is too simple to make browbeat work. But there's just always a right answer. And if there's no right answer, then why are you giving them the choice in the first place? Please wrap it up. Odd way to say it, but make them more gay. They're pretty gay. No offense. Truly no offense. Like, maybe this is going to sound weird. They should be like kind of violent JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the army. Like violent JoJo on cocaine. Like that's kind of in my head. I'm like, JoJo on coke is Slaanesh to me. They're pretty gay complimentary, sure, yeah. You hate it, but that makes so much sense. Yeah. Dude, if their like army rules was all about like doing different poses and having stands and stuff, that would be better. Even on the nose like that, just straight rip off. Don't talk to me about GW ripping shit off, okay? Every 40k army is just like an 80s movie, so fuck off. You turn the Terminator into an entire army. Tyranids are just aliens, right? Don't worry about it, just make it cool. Slaanesh is very Rakdos to me, if that makes sense. Very Rakdos if you're into magic. You know, Rakdos meets JoJo, I suppose, plus cocaine. Do not forget the coke. STD. Dark Oath should be its own army. Then retire it. Because it sucks. Making Unitites more like the Grotmist attachment for Drukhari. Having units compete with each other so you can be better, and the units doing worse get bonuses to try and outperform the others. Interesting. Make it so Vanguard aren't literally the best thing every time. That's because it's too similar. The Chaos Knights are too similar to Vanguard. Their guys are too similar. You can't give two units the same exact job and expect people not to do the math and just figure out which one is statistically better. Just because they look similar doesn't mean they should have the same job. Give them different jobs and then make sure those jobs are useful, and that solves the problem. That's how you do it. That's a problem with ogres. Like Iron Guts and Gluttons are too similar and they have the same job. Don't do that. If two people are going to compete for the same job and be virtually identical, then why not just have one guy instead of two guys, right? Like, figure out a job for them. Make sure the job is useful. Corn should not be glass cannons. They should be pure grindhouse with bursts of random speed. Just pure grindhouse. Big damage. And unreliable bursts of random speed, like slow but long charges. Which is bad, by the way. It's like a bad thing to do. But that's the balance for them. Why is the Zinch mark always bad? Yeah, the Zinch mark is always bad. Tanky bruisers. Truly, yeah. Oh, ogres. Ogres should be the vampires of destruction. Life stacking build plus gambling. In a sentence. Figure out how hard it is to kill Chaos Chosen, considering their armor, right? Do the math, and then figure out how many hit points you would have to give an ogre unit with a 5-up armor to equal that amount of durability, and just give them that many hit points. Life stacking build. Vampire, tons of just, yeah. They heal when they kill, or deal damage and eat. shitloads of life, bad armor, and casino gambling shit. There you go. That's ogres. Remember the great gut thing? Critical hits? When you roll a 6 to wound, you do double damage? Hell yeah. Bring back the great gut gouger. Trolls are the actual vampires of destruction. I mean, regeneration is different, but that could be true. This stuff is easy. Oh yeah, lead belchers should have cannons that act like cannons, for Christ's sake. SOB. Reduce points. The ideal army should be 5 megas. Give them classes like in a D&D party. Have a ranged one, a necromancer that raises a big skeleton. Melee 1, etc. With the exception of Vermin Lords being bad, I'm just going to say Skaven finally feels kind of well designed. It does, yeah. This is the best Skaven has ever felt, I think. Skaven's pretty close to right. Skaven, pretty close to right. The idea of it always works, but you might blow up afterwards is right on the money. That is the perfect way of encapsulating randomness equals fun. A whole lot of Games Workshop stuff likes to think in their head that random equals fun, and they're dead wrong. But with Skaven, they did it right. And with Destruction Armies, they tend to do it hilariously wrong. The reason it works for Skaven is you always get your thing. Oh, I want to double the shots. All right, here's double the shots. I want to double the speed. All right, here's double the speed. I want +1 attacks. Sure, here's +1 attacks. And then you roll, and you might blow up. But you blow up after you get your thing, and that makes it funny. It's not funny if you roll a d6 and 1 out of 6 random things happens. That sucks. But if you supercharge the rattling gun and get like 5d6 shots, and then maybe you blow up after you shoot, that's funny. Because you got your thing at least. You just might blow up. Oh yeah, more wrestling shit. Plus more wrestling shit. For SOB, good call. Yeah, more wrestling shit is good. Vermin Lords do kind of suck, though. I'll put that one, because, yeah, Vermin Lords always cost too much and kind of suck. So if we could just fix that real quick. You've only been on the receiving end of ogres. It's just a meat grinder every time, but that's what ogre players like. Crew boys. More stuff like Nashtooth, less stuff like Hobograts. Pretty decent, though. Particularly with the second iteration of their index with Cruel Boys. Pretty decent. As far as, like, destruction armies with bullshit, stupid-ass rules, like, Cruel Boys were looking like they were the closest to being fun. After that second index. You figure Gloomspite randomness should be either... Okay, here's the thing about Gloomspite. Any Gloomspite players. What are we doing with Gloomspite? It's 5 armies in a trench coat. I don't know if we can handle that. Is this just soup? That's hard. Because you want to make the... You want to make the all-squig army and have that be good and fun and work with itself. And you want to have the all-moon clan army be good and work with itself and trogs and stuff. And you want to be able to mix them too. But that's a tall order. They've made a lot of work for themselves by having Gloomspite Gits be so schizophrenic. You've only ever fought squigs and trolls, never actual goblins? Yeah, because the goblins have never really been good. But, yeah. Gits is hard. Trolls, squigs, and Moonclan should just be split up? Yeah, that's probably true. So have to be trolls and squigs and then retire everything else? It's a mess, man. Gits. Gits, the Bad Moon sucks. Don't do anything like anything you've ever done with the Bad Moon. Every iteration of it is not fun and stupid. After that, good luck. It's 5 armies in a trench coat. Somebody said something about OBR. OBR, if I may. They work, but how did we lose such a thinking person's mechanic to have a dichotomy of 2 choices? The right choice always being obvious depending on who's the active player. Yeah, Lynch, you're right. What they did to OBR is hard for me to forgive. My thoughts on OBR. On initial release, this army was awesome. And all of their cool rules were stolen and replaced by boring shit. Basically, give them back all their cool rules, RDP points. The whole point of OBR was they were playing 3rd edition and 2nd edition. And then 3rd edition came around and they had nothing special, and then they lost all that and got it replaced with boring crap. And choose one of these 2 things and one is just right. We have to go back. OBR is actually the opposite of what they used to be. It used to be you finally didn't have to babysit units with a hero for OBR because your unit champions were heroes. And then the whole game became that. And now you have to babysit every unit with a goddamn hero. Like, you're the opposite of what you used to be. We need to go back, Marty. Even... Oh, you forgot about the wolf goblins? Oh, yeah, those things that look like they belong in Middle-earth, except their models are good. I don't know why the wolf goblins are in Age of Sigmar. Like, that's a TOW unit. Put it in TOW. Or Middle-earth. You just needed to invent a fifth sub-faction to shove into the engorged, overstuffed battle tome. You needed another faction to just shove in there for no goddamn reason. Now, it's not the designer's fault. The product line people, the product people were just like, fuck it, dude. Normal goblins riding wolves. Put it in the army that already has too many armies in it. They look great. The sculpts are great. Why did they make them? Is it too early to talk about housesmiths? No, I just don't know much about them. I looked over their rules one time, and I don't know too much about hashish. But if you look, if you got a suggestion for them, I'm all ears. Finally retire the spiders and put sun goblins in TOW fixed. Alright. Hellsmiths are pointed like an army of elite quality and then move and fight like COS steel helms. Okay. Everything except the sub-factions are great. Okay, so just juice the subs. Alright, so for hashish, I have written juice the subs, pump the duds. Is that, will I be able to understand what I meant later? Sure. They're going to be done like OBR, just you watch. When I read through hashish's rules, I'm like, this reads like original OBR. Like, hashish's rules read like original OBR. And that's a good thing, but also a scary thing. Why GW structures their company in competing factions is just counterintuitive. I don't understand why. It's nuts. I mean, they're doing something right with how much they're worth, but sometimes I think it's in spite of that rather than because of it. Umbraneth and Tyrion, LRL half when. Hopefully it's not the same army. Hopefully it's a new army. The book would be way too big. Lumineth is already a massive line with way too many units. We're about to have more Lumineth than Gloomspite. Like, fucking chill. Speaking of cities, despite the recent depression, the faith and firepower thing kind of feels right. Yeah, I like them as an army as well. I think some of their mechanics are annoying, both to play and play against. But I like them. Actually, yeah, I think faith and firepower is just a good bit. Maybe clean up the playstyle a little bit. Nuts and bolts options. Curious what the Daughters of Cain fans think. Doc. Daughters of Cain were at their best when they were hard to kill. And when they could shoot twice. With mortal wounds from anywhere. Orders could probably be replaced, but you don't have to. I like the idea of issuing commands and stuff like that. I think that's a fine springboard. I don't think I would implement it how they did, but it doesn't need a rewrite, or it doesn't need a reimagining. It just maybe needs a rewrite. You know, it's not like Slaanesh thing where it's just fundamentally a bad idea, or Everwinter Prayers and Obscuring Terrain in Ogres, which is just fundamentally a bad idea. I think the orders and commanding stuff is fundamentally a good idea. I would just iterate on it another 2 times. Are the other dwarf factions 1 health infantry? No. Fire Slayers are 2. KO is 1. Well, yeah, KO is 1. KO is 1, regular dwarves is 1, Fire Slayers is 2 because they're wide. They're cubes. +1 thickness. Oh, Fire Slayers should not be the slow dwarves. I said it. Fire Slayers should not be the slow dwarves. They don't even wear pants. They should be sprinting. They should actually be the fast dwarves. They're on fire. They're juiced with golden steroid power. They don't even wear pants for aerodynamic. Like, they should be like move 6. Like, they should be fast. They should be the fast foot dwarves. The others are kind of flying around. Yeah, KO are slow unless they're flying. Fire Slayers are sprinting always, and Cities dwarves are properly slow. To me, that's the big triangle. The big triangle is KO are slow unless they're flying, Fire Slayers are fast and sprinting, and classic dwarves are classically slow. I'll die on that hill. Fire Slayer should not be 4-inch move. 6 base and sprinting. Tzeentch Wizard's War Scroll spells back. Agree. Tzeentch Wizard War Scroll spells back. Delete the foam. For Tzeentch. Tzeentch Wizard War Scroll spells back. Delete the foam. Let them cheat at the game more. More cheating at the game. Every unit a wizard, just like LRL. And improve their basic units a lot. Ironjaws shouldn't be idiots. Fire Slayers are slow because they don't wear shoes and don't want to get ouchies on their feet. Ironjaws shouldn't be slow. Same as Slayers. 6-inch base. That's just how strong their quads are in armor. You liked how they could copy their opponent's spells? They still do that? No, but that would be cool. Instead of counter spell, you have copy spell. Like you can copy the spell instead of counter it if you want. How about that? So if you roll to unbind and succeed, you can choose to copy it instead of counter it, and then you get it too. Fun. I mean, let Tzeentch cheat at the game. That's their whole thing. Nurgle. Lesson bean counting. Nurgle. Lesson bean counting. And let them absolutely slimer some shit. I will not be explaining myself. Buffs and debuffs for Lumineth, DPS spells, but risky and strong for Tzeentch. I think Lumineth should have no debuffs. 0. Lumineth should only buff. That's just me, though. I think they should make themselves even more perfect than they already are, and that's like their whole gimmick, is how perfect they are. Anything that would have been a buff, just reverse it and put it on themselves. That kind of thing. Debuffs to me is more of a Nurgle thing, more of a death thing, more of a cruel boy thing. Copy spell would probably require some wicked keyword bingo. I don't think so. You could say like, copy the spell and cast the copy. If the spell could target an enemy, you may target an enemy. If the spell could target a friendly, you can target a friendly. Like ignore the keywords and just go friend or enemy. And maybe fuck with the range a little bit. You could write it. It might get a little long, but you could write it. Give us Doom Knights, Chaos Knights on discs of Tzeentch. Dude, the fucking Chosen of Tzeentch dudes from Warhammer Online with the two-handers, dude. Please. It'd be so sick. Those guys were so cool looking. Yeah, Seraphon is kind of all over the place. I would like for such a true order, like the absolute order faction, I think they are a little bit lost. Yeah, loosen the keyword hell in Seraphon for sure. Any Daughters of Cain players, what do you guys think? Daughters of Cain plays a little like what I would expect maybe Slaanesh to play like. If you're going Rakdos, just insane Berserker fast with unkillable centerpiece thing. Did you expect anything of your squatted armies? No, they're gone. That was GW giving you the middle finger. I'm sorry to say. Who am I forgetting? We got KO, Idnet Deepkin, Flesh Eater Quartz. Yeah, I can't, you know, it sucks to say Erasmus, but that's just what it is. Like, they just dropped it off, and I mean, they brought back squats in 40k, but I wouldn't expect anything like that. And it's sad. And they shouldn't have done that, but they did. And they'll do it again. And they'll do it to the poster boys just as much as they'll do it to BOC, because Sarcosanct is gone as well. No one is safe. FEC is easy. Have the whole army be as fun as Bigoosh. And actually, we might not even need to fix FEC too much. Because if heroes can join squads, it'd be a lot easier to get them into combat and become Wind Fury totems. You know? That said, you would also understand if you said fuck GW and sold them off. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame you. Oh yeah, KO. The most obvious example of having only one good sub-faction then being punished. Holy shit, their sub-factions are bad. What's this music? Some copyright-free thing I got from YouTube's creator program has copyright-free music you can select during the creation process of some videos. That they furnished themselves, and so that's a random song I chose. I wanted strings, and this was it. And I got it early enough, or I got it long enough ago that it's probably not AI. So there's that at least. Not a Docker, but they need new units that aren't the snakes. The snakes are cool as a side grade, but something's wrong, and the right way to play in the naked elf knife pervert army is clothed snakes with bows. Yeah, probably. The witch elves need a leg up. I don't think anything needs to like fundamentally change with Doc. Maybe more durability and buff the witch side. Call it a day, perhaps. Morathi less auto-include. Yeah, I mean, either you make her so expensive that you can't include her because she's too expensive, or she can't die and so you have to play her. Like, that's a rough one. That's hard to think about. The Witch Elves have been the better part of Doc for the past year. See how out of it I am? I didn't even know that. I've been to tournaments and I haven't seen any Doc players, so apologies. you'd rather see Doc become the pure Monster Girl army. I mean, me too, but that's a product side thing. And that's, you know, it's not really a design side. Make the Shadow Queen die. Best I can do is another box of Doomfire Warlocks. Oh, Jesus. You don't have to make it easy, just make it enter the possibility space. The play literacy. I don't think you've ever played against Doc. I've played against Daughters of Cain a few times, but I think I've played against them 3 times across all 4 editions. It's just a very unpopular army. Or I happen to just I don't know, I just happen to never play against them. I see about as many Daughters of Cain armies as I do Fire Slayers, which is very rare. It's possible, you know, it's a bunch of skin and faces. That's scary for new painters. You've been in the AoS community since like 2021. You've never heard of the Shadow Queen dying. Look, this is the classic thing, and this is not, this is simply true. This is science. If you play against Daughters of Cain, you will never even get close to killing the Shadow Queen. Ever. If you play Daughter of Cain, she'll die every game. That's just how it works. That's a fact. I don't make the rules, but that's how that works. Aiden of Deepkin. I'm the wrong person to ask because I really liked how they played in the 2nd edition, but it felt not fair because the boats were so strong during deployment, and I've never liked them since. Like, literally not fun to play, ever. Including the new book. So I don't know. I don't know what to do with them. Big Turble is fun. Tides of Death was really cool. If Tides of Death is gone, I don't care about the army at all. Just sell it. I too am tired of eels. Make the Achillean King good again. I mean, it's just like internal balance, make everything good, right? Make Namarti worth... Oh, yeah. Namarti have never been good. Because their existence is fundamentally bad. One wound, 5-up save troops that are supposed to do damage sometimes against some random enemies. It's not going to work out. They look so cool. Here's my feedback. Stop adding points for army rules unless you have 50 options to choose from. Also make magic fun and interesting. Finally, bring back the regiment system from 3rd. Well, Grey Boy, you will be pleased to note that all of those suggestions are already on the list because they're so obviously correct. Either give us 3 or 6 real choices for free that you actually have to make a decision about, or point stuff but give us 50 options. Nothing in between. Elite chaff is what they're supposed to be, but that does not work. Yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Vampire Coast. Eh. Oh wait, Soul Blight. I didn't do Soul Blight either. There's a few others we haven't done. Night Haunt. I think that's it after Soulblight Night Haunt. I think somebody typed something about Soulblight and or Night Haunt a while ago, but I missed it. Swapping between zombies and skeletons every edition sucks. Pick a role for each of them and stick to it. Otherwise, kind of nice. I don't know what new Night Haunt is doing. Do people like new Night Haunt? Is it good now? I know it was a little too good before. Because for a little while there, Night Haunt was the strongest destruction army in the game. Night Haunt is kind of like Tzeentch in that they fundamentally, it seems like they're supposed to cheat at the game with all their abilities. I don't know. I read Night Haunt rules and I'm like bored. Night Haunt historically have been really fiddly, loopholey, tiny tactics, Spike Johnny kind of playstyle, but no damage. And then for a little while there, they were overpowered destruction army, cheating at the game in 7 ways. And I think now they're like balanced or whatever, but I don't know what they're supposed to be doing. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm like, I don't know enough about Night Haunt right now. Is a Gits player of the army a slot machine? Kind of like Skaven where rolling bad causes shit to explode. Yeah, you know, Gits, I think that's the saving grace. I think that's what... the Skaven of Destruction. Roll with risky stuff that explodes. But you get the thing. Like gets like the Skaven of Destruction. Ogres kind of like the vampires or fat daughters of Cain of Destruction kind of. Night Hunt Throne Crossbow or whatever. One of the 4 death units that shoots, and 2 of those are Mortarks. So they're a meme. Blobs. Just blobs. All combo, no damage. Yeah, blobs. Don't forget Big Wah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Big Wah. Delete Big Wah. There we go. Solve that one. And this is on a product side, so I know they can't do this, but do not put them all in the same book. That is insulting. Make an entire Iron Jaws book. Make an entire Cruel Boys book and give them the attention they deserve instead of each of them getting half an ass of attention and work. And full soup, Big Wah, only take the best 2 units from each army, garbage, get it out of here. Do that if everything else is perfect and you fixed everything else, America first. But still delete Big Wah. Jaws and boys should hate each other on principle. Not necessarily hate, but maybe compete against each other. you know, big brother shit, like one-upping each other on stuff. Kind of find each other's method of fighting annoying. Like Ironjaws consider Cruel Boys to be weak, spineless, cowardly, you know, and Cruel Boys see Ironjaws as retarded, dumb, blowhards, right? But they're both like good at what they do. People even use Archon the Black. I've seen him used in previous editions, but that just goes to a balance thing. Or not a balance thing, but a, you know, make the choices good thing that we kind of blanketed over all the armies in the first place. Speaking of cowards, yeah, make Manfred fun again. You think God models should feel like Nagash levels, but 500-ish points? Oh, good point. God models should be called Avatar of. Then be like 500 points. Just for a little sensical world building stuff for us lorelets out there. Nagash should be called Avatar of Nagash. That's all I ask. You know? Alariel should be called Avatar of Alariel. Because if an actual god, if Nagash actually entered a battlefield, he could kill 2,000 points. You need some suspension of disbelief a little bit here, just to protect their ego in the world building a little bit. Just call them avatars. And then you can, you know, whatever. Same with Marathi, stuff like that. You know, help me help you. Give a cup of warm milk to every SBGL player. You think they've earned it? Hey, they gotta drink that milk. Strong bones. Yeah, I mean, running a god model does put a little bit of a target on its back, right? Call them clones. Just say, I like avatars. I mean, Avatar is a clone. It's just like a flavorful way of saying it. Anyway, congratulations, everyone. We fixed Age of Sigmar in under 5 hours. And the first hour was chatting about other stuff. And then there's some minor iteration that'll take 2.5 years and we'll be good. Avatars feel justifiable in the legendary your dudes. I think it helps to maintain the your dudes too, because it's like your dudes have summoned an avatar of such and such. That's how important they are. But if it's actually Nagash, then he kind of steals the show, you know? Just some subtle flavor stuff. Anyway, thanks for the feedback. If you have other specific feedbacks, particularly about armies or in the past, my army used to have this thing and it was so cool, post it in Discord so I can look over it later. I'm going to be going elsewhere as well to collect some feedback from people. A little bit of a greatest hits thing from Battle Tomes, because really, did we cover Sylvaneth? We did. There isn't too much about him though. If you want to add to it, by all means, before we wrap this up. Which channel? Hey, that's a good point. What's a channel we don't use for anything? Just DM me. Some characters feel odd to summon avatars, but just get creative. Yeah, or it's not necessarily even summon. It's like, you're going out and doing this. I will give you an avatar, or I'll project an avatar to help, or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to be a summon exactly. Depends on how important you think your dudes are. Make a note to delete auxiliaries. Oh yeah, good point. I got a whole thing about list building. Avatar of Oosh. Kragnos takes. Delete. Put him in Beast of Chaos like he should be in TOW. Out of nowhere ass, poochy looking ass, centaur, bad backstory having ass, dumb face looking ass, no clutch having ass Chang. Hashtag not my demigod. Any general manifestation takes or feedback? I hate them. I don't know how you fixed that situation. I hate manifestations. I wrote it above, but here's the take. The worst part of manifestations is when they are used as chaff. That's the worst part of manifestations, is when they're used as chaff or blocking areas. It's frustrating. Annoying. I hate it. The second worst part of manifestations is when you have a rules question about what the fuck they count as at any given moment, and that answer is changed every fucking update. The game would be better without them entirely. And I know we can't do that, because that's the product side of things and not the rules side. But boy do I hate manifestations in every iteration. They're just always annoying and frustrating. And would work as spells better, and if it's summonable chaff, it's bad too. I hate him. This could have been an email, yeah. What do you want from new ogre stuff when they get in? Models, rules, Mr. Woe. I would like... The thing that I would really like is, first of all, ogres be all plastic. Fine cast, please go. If that means you retire something forever and don't replace it, I'm still fine with that. So first things first, I would like the whole model line to be plastic. Secondly, I really want them to redo Stonehorns and Thunder Tusks. I don't want to be still playing with Warhammer Fantasy Battle leftovers 20 years later or whatever, 10 years later, whatever. I want the Everwinter to be their backstory and not the Gutbuster side, because the Gutbuster side is boring and stupid, and the Everwinter is interesting and cool. What else in Magical Candyland can I make up? Or should I say things that are possible? Because we already know none of those things are happening. according to the rumors and leaks, I'm not getting new Stonehorns, I'm not getting new Thunder Tusks, and the Gutbuster boring half of the lore won. So I'm sad about all that. How do you want cannons to function? Like cannons. Ogres is a faction where the pistols do D3 and the cannons do 1. That's fucked up. I definitely want new lead belchers, and I want them to be carrying cannons. I want it to work like cannons, as a cannon would. That's really cool. So I would like that. But I believe that's also not happening. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I hope they do all the things that so far it seems like they're not doing. Do I want ogre manifestations? Please God, no. I don't. I actively don't want manifestations for ogres. I don't like manifestations. I don't like playing with them. I don't like playing against them. So I don't want those, that's for sure. We're getting new Mournfang, that's cool. I hope Mournfang are good, because they've never been good. I've played ogres in 1st edition, and 2nd edition, and 3rd edition, and 4th edition. And Mournfang have been legitimately bad in every one of those editions. There was never one moment in the past 10 years that Mournfang were legitimately good. So it would be cool if Mournfang were good. I would like that. And I heard they're getting a new model, so that'd be double good then. Ogre manifestations confirmed. Yeah, it seems like kind of how they're doing it. For the Gutbuster side, moving off of my half, I would like the size creep to continue and have the ogres be fucking huge. Ogres should be considerably bigger than Annihilators and stuff, just, you know, because the game is kind of size crept a little bit. I want the ogres to continue that, you know, just relatively speaking. So I hope that happens. I would like... thinking about models now. I would like man-eaters. You know man-eaters? They like went to different cultures and came back, and so they're like a hodgepodge of funny references for Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Like there's a pirate one, there's a ninja one, there's one done up like he's in Cities of Sigmar or whatever. I would like to do that, except for Age of Sigmar. So like I want like a special bag of man-eaters. They come in units of maybe 3 or 6. And you get like one that's cosplaying as a Stormcast, like he's an honorary little Stormcast one with ill-fitting armor and a big sledgehammer or something. There's like an Idna Deepkin one that lived with their culture for a while, and he's got like fish friends and stuff. A Fire Slayer one where he's this giant ogre with a mohawk. You know, like an AoS-ified version of the man-eaters I think would be pretty cool. It'd be a joke and kind of silly, but that's sort of what Gutbusters are. Mostly I want them to be horrifying and really cool looking, besides the man-eaters, and not like stupid fat jokes. Ha ha fart shit. I hate that. It's dumb. I don't want that. Make them terrifying. Like the black and white artwork from back in the day. Your selfish prayers for new Ashen stuff. I mean, I think they got to shit or get off the pot on that one. They didn't... Well, okay, they retired some of them, but... Man, if Ashen is going to be a thing, I'm kind of like waiting for the release. I'm kind of waiting for the new line of Ashen rats. If they're going to be a thing. You don't think they should look like Cities Ogres, though? No, I don't think they should look like Cities Ogres. I think the Gluttons should look like terrifying little nightmares kind of stuff. And the Everwinter side should look like Brian Shaw, except 12 feet tall. Riding gorilla mastodons and shit. Fifth edition, keep rules exactly the same, spend all the time making fun, flavorful battle tomes. Yeah, basically. Yep. Iron Guts and Gluttons to look different and have different jobs, yes. Iron Guts should earn their name in some way, instead of being plastic guts. Tyrants to actually be good, yeah. Butcher, Slaughtermaster, dual kit. Noblar's scrap launcher gone. Noblar's gone, just retired, removed entirely. The only thing you should be able to play in ogres are ogres, not little stupid goblin shits. That's for Gloomspite. Get that horse shit out of here. Yes, I know it's strong and powerful in the game to have great chaff. I don't give a shit. Get it out. Those are my personal feelings. You think Gluttons will be in 5s and Iron Guts will be in 3s? Yeah, that seems to be the convention. And they'll both have 5 health and stand on 50 mil bases and bring them in line with Gorgers. I think so too. Mornfang honorary ogres. I mean, they're ridden by ogres. That's fine. That's the loophole. You're late to the party. You're 5 hours in and the stream's almost over. Welcome. Noblar's subfaction confirmed. Add them to the sun goblins that don't fit in Gits either. It was a good stream. I got a lot of feedback. Don't worry, there will be time for more. Next time. I'm compiling a bunch of feedback from a bunch of people. I'll make a video about it. Yeah, Butchers and Slaughtermasters are probably going to be like War Machine Cauldrons. That's fine. Did you see the plus 20 points they added to Noblars? I did. Delete Noblars. Do not replace them when the line gets refreshed. You should only play ogres and ogres. If you want to play tiny, stupid goblin shits, play in Gloomspite. Anyway, I'm going to do another one of these streams to get the sort of a second wave of feedbacks, and I'll have more specific questions for you then. Like the first half I had like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I'll do more of that. Until then, post stuff in Discord, DM me if you have specific feedbacks. And have a nice weekend. I'll see you guys Monday for AOS Show Feedback Edition 2. TY for watching. Thanks for all the very generous subs and stuff at the beginning. I appreciated it. It was pure cinema. TYVM. Have a nice weekend. I may, let's see. Yeah, I think it will be Monday. Thanks for watching. Round 2, Monday. Be there and be square.